Alrighty. Are we here? Come on. One, and a two, and a three. Whoops. And a three, and a one, and a two, and a three. Shomanuchi, can you hear me? Okay, weird. I don't see my me on my end of the stream, which is weird. Weirdness. Weird. Anywho. M13. Where are we? I need color equal white and ID equal white. Because every so often... Oh yeah. And then... direction descending. Because every so often they'll throw us a card that's, hey, by the way, you are mono white. Ha, lol, you have a green kicker cost. Wow, that's weird. Apparently my YouTube now just kicked in. That is really weird. So, yeah, apparently my YouTube is like 2 minutes. Well, let me rephrase that. Me hearing my YouTube stream is about, or having it show up on my side, is about 2 minutes behind. Is about 2 minutes behind the me actually doing things. It's perfectly fine. Weird was finding an MH2 card in my cards. I never bought an MH2. Yeah, that can occasionally happen. Well, actually, was it MH2 or was it Titania, Protector of Argoth? Yeah, because she was originally in Commander 2014. And then got reprinted in Modern Horizons 2. So maybe you bought her. Maybe you bought her as a, because to be fair, she's a really good card. You know, maybe you bought her to be the general for your deck. Anywho. Um, yeah. M13 brought some really unusual cards. Um, as I put in the post for the description for for the stream on YouTube, I think it is. We got some really odd, you know, nutty bangers in this set. This is where we first encountered Worldfire. This is where we first encountered Omniscience. And on this front page, this is also where we first hit Touch of the Internal, which can consistently keep your life up, especially if you decide you're going to be paying life for various things. Keep in mind, as long as you keep this in play, your life total is always going to be at least 1. Although I don't expect it to be, I don't expect it to ever be less than 1. If it's less than 1, you're in trouble. But let's start at the beginning here. Let's start with, again, we're starting at the bottom. And there are, I don't know, there's what, 18 cards? Yeah, 18 cards in M13 that are actual mono white. We'll probably go through like 3 rows of each like I commonly do. This is a card that I've seen printed and reprinted a bunch of times. And I've never been fond of it. Like even in limited, I've been kind of meh about it. 5 mana, 2/2 flyer. If it's a 4 mana creature, I'm I'm surprisingly a lot happier with it. But at 5 mana, I'm just no. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Sometimes it's target creature you control. Whatever. I take a look and I go, eh? I think a card. I think a. I think a version of this card that I would be a lot happier with would be target creature you can, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains flying until end of turn. You're paying 5 mana for a 2/2 creature with flying, and then giving something else +2/+2 only till end of turn. Why? Just no. No idea how actual good it is in limited, but I've never been fond of a card that I've never been fond of this kind of layout. But that's a me thing. If you're playing birds, honestly, you're playing birds. Most birds, unless you're leaning into chocobos and changelings for your birds, most birds fly. Let me rephrase that. Most birds in Magic fly. So this bit's irrelevant. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Eh? I mean, fairly, it's a fair boost for, for the flock, but just, yeah, I've never been fond of it anywhere. War Falcon. Um, Kind of like Griffin Rider that we talked about, what was it, last week? 1 mana for a 2/1 flyer. Can't attack unless you control a knight or a soldier. Griffin Rider. 2 mana from last week. 2 mana for a 1/1. As long as you control a Griffin creature, this gets +3/+3 and has flying. Basically, a white air elemental at like, you know, 60% off. So all you have to do is have a creature of the appropriate type. You not only go through the shenanigans with changelings. Oh, that's what you are. You not only go through the shenanigans with changelings, you also get the um you also get stuff like, oh good lord, what do you call it? Rune Stalactite, and I believe the new one is called Stalactite Dagger. Plus, then, of course, your typical Masquerade Nexus shenanigans and all that jazz. I don't think I'd care about. I don't think I'd care too much about Masquerade Nexus for something like this. I would be perfectly fine with Birthing Bows in this case. But Rune Stalactite, a quick creature gets +1/+1 as every creature type. Stalactite Dagger, a quick creature gets +1/+1 as all creature types. When it enters, you make a changeling. You make a 1/1 shapeshifter with changeling. It's all creature types is every creature type. I gotta find out why there's a difference between there. Anyway, um, so yeah, you're playing War Falcon. It is really easy to turn it on with. I mean, turn one you play Mutavault. Turn one you play War Falcon. Turn two you drop Mutavault, tap it to turn itself into a creature till end of turn. Attack with a War Falcon. And I don't know, maybe drop a Rune Stalactite. Or drop like a really good knight or a soldier. Whatever. You have options. Touch of the Eternal. 7 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, count the number of permanents you control. Your life total becomes that number. The big reason this is not high on the list, let's be honest. Permanents have a habit of getting blown up. To make something like this work, you're really looking at a card like Avacyn's Memorial. Don't you mean a Chroma's Memorial? No, I mean Avacyn's Memorial. Because she got one too eventually. She's 8 mana. Legendary artifact that's indestructible. Other legendary permanents you control have indestructible. There's also the Walls of Ba Sing Se. A 0/30 with Defender. Other permanents you control have indestructible. I think I would prefer in most decks Avacyn's Memorial because it's also indestructible, which makes it really hard to kill. Walls of Bossing say where this works best, in my opinion, is when you're looking at a deck where toughness matters, because this does not protect itself. This has no built-in protection, so a card like Murder, which again, take a look, M13, cards are not reprints. Murder makes its first appearance here. It's a creature, it's an artifact. Anything that can take out either renders your creature, your permanents destructible again. Oh, Avacyn's Memorial only affects legendary permanents. I just learned how to read. Yeah. So, okay. That makes Wells of Bossing say make more sense. This is the one that we need. Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Other permanents you control have indestructible. If you have this and the Walls of Bossing say both out, then yeah, your opponent's not destroying your stuff. Which explains the need for cards like Farewell, etc. Anyway, but yeah, Touch of the Eternal, you want to play an 18-cent enchantment, you're going to have to start playing, $30, $25, $30 mythics. Or you can go for the $11 version and find a way to make your stuff legendary. Which is Leyline of Singularity. Yep. So you're still looking at spending $25 to make it work. But yeah. Or you play with permanent types that are harder to remove. Battles and planeswalkers work really well in that category. Guardian Lions, honestly, you're paying 5 mana for a 3/4 with Vigilance. Yes, I'm averaging. It's technically a 1/6. It works out to about like 1 plus 6 is 7. Divide by 2 is 3.5. So it's about a 3/4. You're looking at, like, it's costed about right. But why are you playing this? Are you playing this? But like, the only reason I can see for playing this over something else is because it's a cat with a big butt. But I mean, you're paying 5 mana. You should already be looking in the neighborhood of like 4/4s. 3/3 with a reasonable ability, 4/4s. Nowadays, potentially, maybe even a 5/5. There's a reason some of these cards at the bottom end don't see a lot of play. The War Falcon, by far, in my opinion, is the most playable. And probably Touch of the Eternal number 2. Because, again, sure, is an and the interesting rule thing I'll bring in about Touch of the Eternal is that your life total becomes that number. Your life total becomes equal to the number of permanents you have. What the rules actually say happens is, let's say you're at 10. Somebody hit you with Soren's ability and your life total went, and 10. But you count up everything you've got. You're playing with a bunch of token generation and whatever. You've got 27 things in play. You're at 10. You go 27. So the rules say you gain 17 life. Which I will point out, anything that cares about you gaining life in that context will kick in. That means if you have an effect that says if you would gain life, gain twice that much life instead, like Alhamrat's Archive, it'll see that you're gaining 17 life and go, no, 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 no. You're not gaining 17 life. You're going to gain 34 life. So even though the game is trying to say, I'm going to set your life total to X, you actually gain, or, you know, if you got set to 10, but now you're down to like 3 permanents because all the lands got blown up, and all you've got left is like your general and Touch of the Eternal and a land. Your life total goes down from 10 now to 3. Well, now you've just lost 7 life, so anything that cares about you losing life is going to kick in as well. So, but generally a deck like this is going to want to keep its life total high by, I don't know, I could see this getting thrown into like a Soul Sisters deck. That, you know, Soul Sisters, token generation, and just keep, you know, keep your life total high. But then, again, as I've said in the past, you don't just want a high life total. You want a reason for having a high life total. So, Guardians of Lions, meh. Show of Valor. Again, you do the math. This averages out to +3, +3. They keep trying to find a way to give white giant growth. They keep finding a way to give. They keep trying to find a way to give white giant growth without actually giving it giant growth. And so, how do you give white giant growth without giving it giant growth? You tweak the numbers slightly so that it's, you know, so you're not getting +3, +3. +2, +4, white tends to be more defensive. This makes more sense. And now that makes sense to make it actually cost 2. Well, what kind of deck do you want to throw this in? If you're considering a card like this at all, you're either looking for a giant growth style effect, but you care about a deck where toughness is relevant. That being said, +4 toughness is actually kind of big. And you know, it's a simple protection spell. Or if you're looking at a Defense Matters deck, this is suddenly making a creature hit for an extra 4 points of damage because, again, most of those cards are saying, hey, by the way, deal damage based on toughness, deal combat damage based on toughness rather than power. um, if I'm looking for a deck, if I'm looking at a deck and I want a giant growth effect, and I'm in white and not green, this is certainly a reasonable starting point. My problem with giant growth effects in Commander in general is that they work really well in 1v1. They work really well when you're looking at a 20 life format. They don't work as well when you're looking at a 40 life multiplayer format. Your cards have to do more. Which, for example, this is part of the reason why even if I go to my Selesnya Poison deck, which is, again, nothing but commons. Bunch of creatures that grant poison one way or another. But I go with auras that will give a reasonable amount of buff. I think the worst I see here that, in terms of expectation, is Armadillo Cloak. And that's +2/+2 trample and triggered life gain. Everything else, I should be expecting to get at least +3/+3 out of it. And these are auras. These stay on the creature turn after turn after turn. It's why Voltron decks, regardless of how you build it, it's why Voltron decks are so popular. Because the pump that you're giving sticks around turn after turn after turn. And that makes a big difference when you're looking at dealing with, when people are starting off with 40 life and you're playing against 3 other people. In a 1v1 20 life format, giant growth is so much better. Because you can empty your hand of, with your pump and go, by the way, okay, you're dead now. But I mean, compared to, even just look at Boggles in Modern or Pauper or other formats. The fact that suddenly you're having to deal 20 damage is the reason those decks exist. You are throwing enchantments on them, you're throwing auras on them, and having to swing every turn with them. So, Show of Valor might be okay. Might be useful. But very much depends on the kind of deck that you're playing. Does your deck actually have... First question, does your deck legitimately have use for giant growth effects? Second question, +2/+4, is that useful to your deck? And again, sometimes if you're playing Toughness Matters, you're looking at, that's an extra 4 points of damage rather than an extra 2. Griffin Protector. I'm much happier with this than I am with the Battleflight Eagle. It's 1 less mana, it's a little bit bigger. Whenever another creature you control enters, so basically whenever another creature enters under your control, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Well, if I go to my, like, this is the sort of cards that, if I go to my commons only mono white deck, so many of these cards, 22, 24 cards in this deck, give me ways of generating multiple so basically a quarter of the deck is generating multiple bodies per card. That means this thing's going to be swinging for at least 4 every time I play a card. Yeah. Much happier with a card like this. And even if it's like you play a creature, it gets, you know, it's now swinging for 3. It's swinging for as a 3/4. That's perfectly fine. And again, flying is an ability that consistently gets overlooked unless you're building around a creature type that generally, you know, that consistently has flying. So, yeah. I am happier with that card by a long shot than Battle Flight Eagle. This is closer to an actual playable card. And just giving it +1/+1, like just getting an extra. The creature that comes out doesn't even have to be able to attack. It doesn't even have to be something that comes into play and stays in play. It can just be a creature that comes into play dead. What? Comes into play dead? What are you talking about? Let's talk about, I don't know, something that people, you know, really get annoyed about because it's part of an infinite combo. Walking Ballista. Bandit Pioneer. Because of, you know, because it combos with Heliod. AKA the Sun Gun. If you cast this and X equals 0, it is going to enter with no counters on it, and it's probably going to come into play and then head straight for the graveyard. But it is a creature that entered the battlefield. And as a result, Griffin Protector sees that and goes, oh, I get a bonus till end of turn. And sometimes that's enough. But yeah, flying gets overlooked as an ability unless the creatures that you're putting in are known to have flying. As in, I'm playing dragons. Well, dragons generally have flying. Or I'm playing angels. Well, angels generally have flying. Or I'm playing sphinxes. Well, sphinxes generally have flying. Or I'm playing birds. Birds generally have flying, etc., etc., etc. Unless the creature type that you're building around is a creature type that generally has flying, it's going to get overlooked. Think about any creature type that you generally hear people talking about. Elves, goblins, dwarves potentially, soldiers, knights, cats, dogs, anything of this nature at all. How many of them have? How many of these guys actually have flying? Some. Not a lot, but some. But a very small number of them compared to, you know, compared to what exists. Flying gets overlooked. So unless you suddenly throw in something like a Chroma's Memorial into your deck, your dwarves probably are not going to have flying. A couple of them might, but the vast majority won't. First strike gets overlooked similarly. Unless, again, you're playing a creature type that is known to commonly have first strike. And even so, you may overlook it. Like soldiers and knights commonly have first strike, but commonly don't. It's, it's a coin toss. Like Attended Knight here has got first strike, comes into play with a soldier token that does not have first strike. This is a soldier that does not have first strike. Knight of Glory has protection from black and Exalted, does not have first strike, etc., etc., etc. So it's easy to suddenly fall and go, I've got nobody on my deck that's got first strike. And then you start looking at cards like Knighthood and the aforementioned Chroma's Memorial and similar cards to give your guys first strike because suddenly they need it. Or you overlook it completely and go, why am I dying? Why are my creatures dying so much? Because when they get into combat, they're getting killed off with, attackers and blockers. And first strike helps that a lot. Anywho, speaking of first strike, yeah, Griffin Protector, much prefer that. If you're playing Griffin as a tribe, I won't complain about you playing that. Warclamp Mastiff, 1/1 first strike for 1. Damn it. What do you mean no? Fourth? Okay. Oh, you came out in Legends, that's why. It's literally a reflavored Tundra Wolves, which I, to be honest, did not realize was common. 1 mana for 1/1 with first strike, creature type wolf. Warclamp Mastiff, 1 mana for a 1/1 first strike, creature type dog. This is where we start seeing dogs and cats being more common as creature types. Yeah. So here's the fun bit. If you're considering building a deck that's at all based around auras, I would say auras. Equipment, I think less so, but auras, but you want to be able to spread them out. Just as an example, my mono red deck here. My mono red deck basically takes Squee and throws auras on him. But I do have some other creatures. Ignore these guys. They're not here to be creatures. This row here, where it says enchantables. And just this row here. There. Wow. Champion of the Flame, Prophetic Flame Speaker, Rograch, Son of Rogach, Thrangoleum and Velduk, Keeper of the Flame. These guys are all here to be something in addition to my general that I can throw my auras on in case I've got, in case Squee ends up getting too expensive somehow. If he's getting too expensive, something's gone wrong. But yeah, I have some guys that are here to be additional creatures to enchant. But if I'm looking at a card, if I'm looking at Warclamp Mastiff and I'm thinking about enchanting it, I'm not looking at a handful of creatures to enchant. I'm looking at here's a dozen or so creatures that I want to throw enchantments on. And a creature with first strike is a really, really good starting point. I'm not sure I would go down. I'm not sure I would start off with Warclamp Mastiff, a 1 mana 1/1 with first strike. Although that also depends on what other things in my deck are going on. Is my deck all commons? Is my deck dog? Am I looking at dog as the creature type to build my deck around? Am I looking at starting off with a deck that's low to the ground to begin with? I want it to be an aggressive deck backed by auras rather than pump spells. Stuff like this starts giving me more reason to go towards Warclamp Mastiff. In of itself, I'd probably pass because like a 1/2, for example, which is easy to get for 1 mana at common, will jump in front of this and go, bad boy, thump. But it's not a unreasonable conceptual starting point. And if you're looking at starting off with a decent number of creatures and throwing auras on them, yeah, it's not unreasonable. Attendant Knight, which we mentioned earlier. 3 mana for 2/2 with first strike, which is fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. But when it enters, it comes along with a 1/1 white soldier token. You get a squire. Although, unfortunately, it's not a 1/2. No. Was it not Legends? Oh, it was the Dark. Because Squire, 2 mana for 1/2 human soldier. So 1/1 white soldier. Yeah, could have been a Squire. I has the sads. But yeah, Attendant Knight. The reason to play this is because you are getting 3. You're spending 3 mana and you're getting 2 bodies out of it. But again, one of them's got first strike, which is, I think, if I were to look at something to enchant, even if I'm looking at just commons, I would start with the Attendant Knight over the Mastiff. Because a 2 power first strike creature is so much more than a 1 power first strike creature. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's only +1. But that +1 is huge. When because think about it, a Warclamp Mastiff, a 1/2 can block it, a 2/2 can block it, whatever, and dies. Attendant Knight requires now a 2/3 or bigger, or a 3/3. Something that requires actual legitimate effort to cast. You know, a 2/2, you could rummage through your couch cushions and find one. Attendant Knight, much better starting point. And then you start throwing auras on it. Now, again, 20 life, 60 card format. Start off with a Mastiff. Commander, I start off with the Attendant Knight for many reasons. I mean, think about it. You also commonly not going to get cards in the order you want them. You cast Griffin Protector and then you drop an Attendant Knight. You've spent one card and your Griffin Protector is now getting two triggers for creatures entering. Attendant Knight, it's a reasonable card. Speaking of dogs and cats, here's the cat. A Johnny Sunstriker, 2 mana for a 2/2 with lifelink. Has since been power crept. Because during our first trip to Ixalan, I believe it was, power equal to toughness equal to ID equal white, lifelink, rarity common, and mana 1. This guy. Bishop Soldier. Exact same card. 2 relevant creature types. You know what? Release date. Oh, yeah. First got it here in 2013. Nope. First got it 2018. It took to 2018 for us to actually consider this balanced. Prior to that, yeah, you're having to pay double white for it, which feels about right. But as I've just shown, you can get, you have 11 options, some of which are straight up lifelink. Sorry, 9 options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them straight up have lifelink. The other 4 can get lifelink. 2 of them, so 5 straight up have it. 2 can get it turned on fairly easily. And 2 more can get it till end of turn. But yeah, prior to that, we're looking at paying double white for it. Why are you playing this card? And again, the answer is this is never, that question, for me anyway, is never, oh, I guess I shouldn't be playing it. No, it's, you have this in your list, or you have this in your deck. What reason is it in your deck for? Is it there because it's, it's a cat? Is it there because it's a cleric? Is it there because it's a lifelink? Is it there because it's an efficient body? Is it there because 2 white pips? There are reasons to play cards like this. If I can see what the reason is, I can see, this goes, okay, are there better things that we can put in that slot? 2 white pips. You're playing with, you're playing with mostly commons. And you've already got Armored Warhorse in there. Okay, then you might not be looking at much better in terms of options, because now you're looking at 2 mana for a 2/2. That does a thing. You're playing it because it's a 2 mana cleric. There's better options. You're playing it because it's 2 mana cat. There's better options. You're playing it because it's an efficient body. There may or may not be better options depending on your budget. I would prefer White Knight in general because same size, same mana cost exactly, but instead of lifelink, it's got first strike and protection from black. But there are reasons to play this. You play it in general, I would see playing this because it's got lifelink, i.e., I want to keep my life total fairly high. Why you want to keep your life total fairly high? And again, the same question as you would have with cards like Touch of the Eternal. Why you want to keep your life total relatively high? Well, because I use my life total as payment for these other effects. Okay. You have a viable reason for it. Because remember, it doesn't matter whether you win the game at 1 life or 1 billion life. But also, you are looking at there are ways to win the game without caring about your life total to begin with. You can, commander damage bypasses that. Milling, forcing you to draw from an empty library, bypasses that. Poison, bypasses that. Random, if you have X at this time, you win the game cards. So, it's a cool card. Make sure you've got, make sure if you're playing with a card load, like this, you have a reason for playing it. And I'm not saying you don't. But make sure you understand what that reason is. And to be fair, that's the same with any card that goes into any of your decks. Make sure you've got a reason for putting it in there. And don't assume that because you have, well, I like the art. Okay, you have a reason for putting it in. If your deck is based, if you are going for a bracket 1 deck based around the art of the card, that's the reason for putting it in. Don't assume that a reason for putting a card in has to be based on the mechanics of the card. Has to be based on its size. Has to be based on its creature type. Has to be based on, its rules tech. Back in the day, there was it was common. We're talking before Commander products even started coming out. Back when the number one group of people that knew about the format in the first place were judges for pickup game after an event. And you had decks based on themes that had nothing to do with the mechanics. You had people that were like, let's take a look a couple cards down. Crusader of Roderick. Ignore the Oracle text part of the card. Ignore anything that shows up here. And take a look at the art. What do you see? You see a woman with a hat and red hair holding a sword. She's in uniform. She's looking to the left. There's a lot of things you can do with it. Like, you could go women wearing hats as the theme for your deck. It's definitely bracket 1. But that could be the entire premise of your deck. Do you know how many angels you would just automatically rule out because most of them don't wear hats? Is a crown a hat? No? Okay. Etc. Is a helmet a hat? Debatable, but I'm going to say no. I'm going to define hat as headgear that a regular person could be seen wearing, as opposed to a person in a certain field. Okay. Then the Crusader could get away with it, but a helmet, no. So if you're doing something based on the art of the card, that's your reason for playing it. I tend to look more at the mechanics of a card, but as soon as I understand somebody is looking at other parts of the card, not something that's mechanical, open up a card that you have an interest in playing. Go down here to, open and Scryfall Tagger. And now you can start looking at some of the various tags that are being involved. I want something where there's a horse in the art. Okay, here's some horses. Etc., etc. Or I want something where, you've got a creature wearing armor. Armor for non-human creatures like horses or worms. 423. Etc., etc. If you're suddenly looking for something in the art, tagger tags. Art, A tag, or art tag, or function to go for something that's based on what the card is trying to accomplish. But if you're looking for a card that, I tend to use A tag, because A tag versus O tag, O Oracle, as in a tag that's based on what the card does, and A for art or artist, a tag that cares about what you actually see in the art. That being said, next card, Knight of Glory. If you're looking at a card like, if you're looking for a card like White Knight, this doesn't have First Strike, but it does have Exalted. It's slightly smaller, it's a 2-1 instead of a 2-2. But what Exalted means is whenever a creature attacks alone, the creature that has Exalted gives that creature +1/+1 till end of turn. So, what do I mean by that? Let's go this War Falcon again. It's a 2-1 flyer. The next turn you play Knight of Glory. So, now that I've got a knight in play, my Warrior Falcon can attack. Cool. I attack for 2. The Exalted trigger from Knight of Glory triggers. If this is the only thing that's attacking, this will trigger giving the Falcon +1/+1 till end of turn. And suddenly now you're swinging for 3 instead of 2. Exalted is one of those abilities where having some is okay, but having a healthy amount, like having a solid amount, is actually is actually really good. And you can get that from your lands as well. There are lands that have Exalted. There are enchantments that have Exalted. In fact, in Modern, your Modern Poison deck, this is going back before Modern Horizons sets came out. If somebody turns around and kills off all your somebody turns around and kills off all your Glistener Elves and what have you, it's still possible to win with cards like Noble Hierarch because it has Exalted, and if you've got 2 Noble Hierarchs in play, for those don't know the card I'm talking about, it's a 0 mana, it's a 1 mana 0/1 with Exalted. If it's the only creature attacking, it attacks for 10, it attacks for 1. If you have a second in play, if you attack with both, they're both going to do 0. But if you attack with 1, it's going to attack 1 Exalted trigger from this one, 1 Exalted trigger from the other. It's going to attack for 2. I'm still amused by this. He protects the fetid bog from light, life, and the hideous sound of laughter. But yeah, so Knight of, so creatures that have Exalted suddenly end up being better than they first appear because of that Exalted ability, allowing a, and the drawback of Exalted is that to get it to kick in, you have to be attacking with only a single creature. But usually, you want that to be a creature that they either can't or don't want to block anyway. But yeah, your poison decks and your boggles decks would occasionally end up relying on their backup plan with, well, I guess I'm attacking with Noble Hierarch now. Yeah, so Knight of Glory. if you are looking for a suite of White Knight variants, this is probably on your list somewhere. I wouldn't go too far down that hole you don't want too many 2-drops. But also, when I look at Commander, 2 mana is probably where my brain goes, your aggro should start at 2, not at 1. So I came up with many years ago, I came up with the idea for a Burrows aggro deck. I hadn't done much with it, but I came up with the idea for it. Because I want to build around these guys. Anax and Cymede, or as I like to call them, Anthrax and Cyanide. 3 mana for 3/2 first strike vigilance. Whenever you cast a spell that targets them, creatures you control get +1/+1 gain trample till end of turn. I don't think I ever bothered with that heroic bit. But my curve starts at 2, and I've got, 3 power and 4 power creatures in here that start off at 2 mana. This is one of the big reasons I wanted to start off at 2. Because 1, realistically, for 1 mana, what are you getting? If you're lucky, you're getting a 2/2. But more realistically, you're getting a 1/1. Or, like, you're getting a 2/1, a 1/2, or a 1/1 with an ability. If you start off at 2, and keep in mind, Lorwyn Eclipse didn't exist yet. Wasn't even a twinkle in anybody's eye at that point. It is not completely unreasonable to have a 4 power creature at 2 mana. I saw those and I realized that 3 was quite doable. and I went from there and I'm like, cool. Give me just and then at 3 mana, well, 3 mana I've got my commander, so I skip that. And then at 4, I'm looking at stuff there's a healthy amount that's got 6 power, or Eroa's got a victory's got 7 power. Everything is going to be bigger than what it costs to cast. That is where I see an aggro deck starting. But you also got to be careful that you don't end up with, now that I just closed that was kind of silly. Like, a quarter of my deck starts off at 2 mana. And then I jump straight to 4 because, again, my commander costs 3. And then a sixth of my deck is at 4. And a ninth of my deck is at 5. I tried making it look like a mana curve. And here's the other thing. I only have one card that actually costs 1 mana. And so my dual lands, having them enter tapped is not a big drawback because I've only got one play on turn 1. So Burrow's Garrison entering tapped, probably a less useful land. But Temple of the Triumph enters tapped, Windscarred Kraken enters tapped, Rustvale Bridge enters tapped, Clifftop Retreat might enter tapped, Fury Calm Snarl might enter tapped, Inspiring Vantage might enter tapped, Sacred Foundry might enter tapped, Sundown Pass might enter tapped, Lorehole Campus enters tapped, Needle Spires enters tapped. all these lands that enter tapped, I'm like, okay, and? Because if I'm playing it on turn 1, that's fine. Because I have nothing else that I'm doing on turn 1. And then turn 2, there's enough that I can start beating down. But 23 cards start off on turn. If I was going for like a normal curve, you know, where I've also got 3s in there, I would have a lot less. I would have a lot less 2s. I'd probably be looking around 15 or 16 2s. Because I need some number of 3s in there. And then of course, I'd have a few less 4s, a few less 5s, a few less 6s. Because I'm looking at more 3s. Let's say I have a dozen 2s. This sounds not completely unreasonable. How many White Knight variants, how many Knights of Glory, etc., can I put in my deck? And you gotta keep your eye on that. You've gotta make sure you're not putting, like... Because the thing is, if they've all got protection from black, and then some other ability, Exalted, First Strike. Hey, Rar. Not bad yourself. If I go crazy, will you still call me Super Rar? Yeah. You have to make sure you don't run too many cards to do this, because as soon as people realize, oh, you're really strong against black, but you're weak to pretty much anything else, yeah. They just stop playing as much black, or they start playing more black non-targeted removal and kill you that way. But yeah, Exalted. There's a healthy amount of Exalted in this set. So that ends up being between that and Alara, you can actually do quite a bit of Exalted if that's a theme you want to build around. And then this is going in. Crusader of Vodric. Parent toughness each equal the number of creatures you control. Again, if you took my mono white common stack and built it a little differently, she would go in a heartbeat. Oh well, this is funny. The M13 printing is uncommon and it's 5 cents. The double masters printing is common. Exact same art and everything else. But it's 10 cents. It's worth twice as much as the M13 printing. What? But she's always going to be at least a 1-1, because if she's the only... Hey, I wanted to make a... Oh, Esper Commander. Okay, ID equal Asper is commander. Game paper. Oh, this one. TIVIT. 6 mana for 6/6 flying with ward 3. When it enters or deals combat damage to a player, each player votes for evidence or bribery. Evidence investigate. So that's cute. Or Saruman of many colors. Which would be this one. Also has words a little smaller. When you cast your second spell, each opponent mills 2. When one or more cards. They're very. Yeah, but unless you build around voting, it's not really that big a deal. Like, sure, a lot of decks are going to have like a couple of cards that vote. But unless you specifically build around that, and I'm not, I don't know if that's what you were thinking about or not. It's the voting clause really isn't going to do much. But they are very different decks. Also keep in mind that Saruman, if you're building around Saruman, you're wanting to cast 2 spells in a turn. Casting 3 doesn't do anything. But it's also casting 2 spells each turn. Not on each of your turns. So you are also looking at the ability to cast, like when you cast a second spell on an opponent's turn, for example. So, I think Tivit would be. I think Tivit would be a fairly easy, straightforward deck to build. That deck is also going to want Academy Manufactor, and a few other things to just increase the number of tokens that get generated. I feel like Saruman is going to want to be more aggressive. like like Tivit feels like Yeah, time sieve. Oh, years ago, um, I was chatting online with a friend, and I'd come up with a sub format for Legacy. Like, because if you take a look at Commander, realistically, it's like you've got Commander, and then you've got like a bunch of like variants that are, for example, you've got Tiny Leaders, and you've got Oathbreaker, and you've got, and they're all basically Commander with some extra tweaks. And I did that with Legacy, and I threw an extra tweak in there, and I called it One Legger. No. Archenemy is Archenemy is a separate format, and you can apply that to Commander. Um, we're talking literally. Um, okay, I think I see how you're understanding this. Yes, but no. Think about how when people typically build a Commander deck, like one batch of decks that I have for Commander, there's an additional restriction that I could only play something if it showed up as commons. Or, uh, well, I'm building this commander deck and everything is based around cats, or everything is based around squirrels, or whatever. That kind of additional restriction. Um, and what I'd done for Legacy was, apart from your five typical basic lands, everything else had to start off with the same letter. And so one of the decks that I came up with was apparently Seismic Swans is actually viable, which is Seismic Assault, 3 mana red enchantment, where you can pitch land to do 2 damage to any target, and Swans of Bryn Argyle, 4 mana 4/3 flyer. Damage that would be dealt to it is prevented, and whoever controls that damage draws cards equal to the amount of damage that would be dealt. So what you do is you put a lot of land in that deck. I think my deck had something like 44 lands, and this is a legacy deck, so we're talking a 60 card format. It was like 44 lands. Uh, well, A, didn't exist at the time. B, everything in my deck had to, apart from those five basics. The apart from, yeah, no, everything else had to start off with the same letter. So Swan starts with S. Seismic starts with S. So they could both work in the same deck together. And I throw my lands through Seismic Assault to the Swans, draw a bunch of cards to the point where it's like, okay, I've got at least 10 lands in my hand now. Now I'm going to start throwing them at my opponent. Um, one of the friends I was chatting with, he came up with an Elf-Drazi deck where it was basically, um, Elves of Deep Shadow and Elvish Mystic and Elvish Archdruid and what have you, to ramp into Emrakul the Eon's Torn. Uh, but the reason I bring that up, whoops, is you were talking about Time Civ, And what that brought up in my brain was Thopter Assembly. Yeah, in red, I don't see too much recurring lands in the graveyard. Um, yeah, it doesn't matter because you're 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 using Seismic Assault to shoot the lands at the swans to draw extra cards. Your deck is like 3/4 lands. Mere Battlesphere. The thing about Thopter Assembly is its ability. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control no Thopters other than this, return this to its owner's hand and you make 5 Thopters. So, you then sacrifice the 5 Thopters to take an extra turn, recast the assembly. On your next turn, you will have just this in play. You make the 5 Thopters again. Sacrifice them to take an extra turn. Recast the so basically you end up with a 2-card combo, which basically is every turn you pay 6 mana and tap the time sieve to take an extra turn. It's a 2-card infinite turn combo. There was a thing where you just tap it for 1 and create. Yeah. Thopter Foundry? Oh, and you can untap it for 4. Nope. And you can untap it for 4. What does Trading Post say? No. Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about. Was it this thing you're thinking about? Retrofitter Foundry? Because 2 tap, make a servo, and then 3 to 1 tap it. So again, it's 5 to basically 5 mana, make a servo. Yeah. So this will work, you just need a lot more mana because that's 5 mana and tap it to create one token. So you would need 20, no, you would need 22 mana. Yeah, but it's one to cast this. But it's to generate enough servos, you need 22 mana. Yeah, no, I get that. My point is that with the assembly, all you need is time sieve and assembly. You don't need other artifacts. You literally just need the 2 cards. Because, yes, it's 6 mana every turn. But this creates its 5 tokens by itself, which are what you're sacrificing. Yeah. So you're spending 6 mana and getting the 5 tokens that you can sack to the sieve. Whereas to do it the way you're talking about, yes, it's 1 initially, but you're going to be spending, if you're using the Retrofit Foundry, you're going to be spending over 20 mana to do it. Or sacrificing artifacts that you can't recover some other way. Oh, yeah. Well, anything that gives you a way to take extra turns is going to be... I mean, if you think that's bad, take a look at Time Vault. Only legal in Vintage, and you can only play 1. But you combine this with anything that can untap it. Voltaic Key, Galvanic Key. Heck, back like when this came out, you were looking at cards like Animate Artifact and Instill Energy, which is like 6 mana and 2 enchantments on it. But that gave you a way to untap it every turn. And it's like, yeah, by the way, how about no? Yeah, but back then, you also had Twiddle. You may tap target artifact, creature, or land. You also had and this is what worried people. All right. There we go. This is what worried people when Time Vault was still recent, was because you could spend 5 mana, turn the Time Vault into a creature, whoops, and then use Instill Energy, because now that's a creature, to untap it every turn. Oh, sure. Well, yeah. Unsummon would have done it. Boomerang would have done it. But also, this is a thing that you could get out probably turn 4. You could probably reasonably get this going off. And if you did not have, if your opponent did not have any sort of answer to, it at that point, they were done. Because don't forget, at that point, you're also looking at people playing with Soul Rings and Moxes and all the other broken stuff. And you'd run like 4 copies of each. It was silly. But yeah, yeah, you basically had if you weren't playing blue, you didn't have much options. Your best black removal did not hit artifact creatures. White had Disenchant or Swords Plowshares. Red was actually fine. Red could kill it with Lightning Bolt or Red could kill it with Lightning Bolt or Shatter. Green didn't have anything yet. No. Not back then. We're talking like 1993, 1994. Duress did not exist yet. Duress didn't come out till Urza Block, which was, I think, 99 or something like that. Oh no, Green's answer might have been Tranquility, but it had to get it out in the right time. I don't think Word of Command... Word of Command basically... yeah, Word of Command basically makes you control the player while they're trying to cast the spell. And you can... No, you can't. You still have to be... You cannot make them do anything that's illegal. You can have them do things that's a bad idea, but you cannot make them do anything illegal. So, you could have them you could have them cast Animate Artifact on Black Lotus, for example, which would end up just blowing up both cards. Enchanted? No, it's not. you can you can never you cannot enchant an illegal. Okay, I've been playing for over 30 years. You cannot legally enchant. Okay, we're gonna do this. Uh, MTG. Actually, right. Okay. So you have to have a target to cast an aura. That's the first thing. I mean, you can try, but Alright, you know what? Alright. Alright. An aura spell requires a target. Yup. Right. Copy link.
Have you noticed that Imprisoned in the Moon can enchant a land in addition to creatures and planeswalkers to get rid of their abilities, which doesn't really match up with what the card's flavor is supposed to be? Well, there's a rules reason why, and understanding that rule can help you make plays you might not have thought of otherwise. Auras are a bit weird. They generally start by telling you what you can target with them. You know that Frogify can target a creature because it says enchant creature, but targeting isn't the only thing that line does. Rule 303.4c states that if an aura is enchanting, quote, an illegal object or player, the aura is put into its owner's graveyard as a state-based action. Essentially saying that if an aura says it enchants a creature and the thing it's enchanting becomes not a creature, the aura falls off. Given that if Imprisoned in the Moon couldn't enchant lands, it would enchant a creature or planeswalker, which makes the target no longer a creature or planeswalker, and so the aura would immediately fall off and do nothing since what it's enchanting would be illegal. It's the same reason Swift Configuration can target vehicles, and Animate Dead has this ridiculous line where it goes from enchanting a creature card in the graveyard to enchanting a creature put onto the battlefield with Animate Dead. Now how can you actually use this? Well, it lets you turn cards that change something's type into removal for auras, whether that's your Theros God becoming an enchantment to knock off a passivism that someone enchanted it with, or removing an opponent's beneficial aura by turning their creature into a treasure temporarily. Have you noticed that Imprisoned in the Moon can enchant a land in addition to creatures and planeswalkers to get rid of their abilities, which doesn't really match up with what the card is supposed to be? Well, there's a rules reason why, and understanding that rule can help you make plays you might. Auras are a bit weird. They generally start by telling you what you can target with them. You know that Frogify can target a creature because it says enchant creature, but targeting isn't the only thing that line does. Rule 303.4c states that if an aura is enchanting, quote, an illegal object or player, the aura is put into its owner's graveyard as a state-based action. Essentially saying that if an aura says it enchants a creature and the thing it's enchanting becomes not a creature, the aura falls off. Given that if Imprisoned in the Moon couldn't enchant lands, it would enchant a creature or planeswalker, which makes the target no longer a creature or planeswalker, and so the aura would immediately fall off and do nothing.
I see what they're saying. Whoops. The player announces their choice of an appropriate object. Of an appropriate object. Uh, 6012C. 601.2c. All right. Six oh one. Okay, so the first thing about auras is that they are a they are the only type of permanent that you cast that has a target. Okay. Like other permanents may have targets, but that's usually um like when they come into play, you choose a target, etc., etc. Auras are the only things where you have to choose a target when you cast it. And 601.2 tells you the rules for how to cast a spell. Okay. So the first thing that you have to do is choose what you're casting. And the first thing that happens is the card goes onto the stack. Then if there's modes, where it says like choose one, yada yada yada. Choose one, choose two, an opponent chooses, whatever. Um Stuff like that gets figured out. Then you choose your targets. 6012C. The player announces their choice of an appropriate object or each player for each target the spell requires. You have to be able to choose targets, but you have to choose an appropriate target for it. So you cannot choose something that's not appropriate to what you're trying to cast. So you cannot cast, for example, animate artifact on something that's not an artifact. It says that it says that it says that you require, like, it tells you enchant whatever on the type line, what it can enchant. So you have to choose something that's on that type line. Yeah. No. No, if it says enchant creature and you try and cast something that's enchant artifact on it, it does not work. You cannot choose that. You cannot legally choose that unless it's an artifact creature. If it's an artifact creature, it's both an artifact and a creature. So you can enchant an artifact with it, you can enchant a creature with it. Or sorry, you can words. You can use an enchant creature or an enchant artifact on an artifact creature. Well, there's a card that makes you so you can change a word to spell to another. No, there are cards that let you change artifacts, or sorry, there are cards that let you change, like if it says black to say green, or if it says island to say mountain. But as far as I know, there's no other card in the game that does anything like that. And as for this YouTube short that you pulled up, what it's saying is if it did not say enchant land on it, then it was saying it could only enchant a creature or planeswalker. But then it would be, it would try and change the thing into a land. But now that it's enchanting a land that's not a creature or planeswalker, it would fall off. That's the problem you'd be running into. So they worded it the way it did so that when it resolved to do, when it tried to do its thing, it could actually stick around and say, hey, by the way, you're now this. Anyway, you find that. I'm gonna get because I'm still on white, and I've been at this for 2 hours now. Oof. Anyway, yeah, you find that. I will continue on with this. Let me know when you find what you're looking for. But yeah, Crusader of Roderick. If I was building my back to this, if I was building my mono white commons deck a little different, this would have been in it because having payoffs for having a bunch of creatures in play. You know, I'm not sure if I count this as a payoff per se. However, it gives me a reason for having a bunch of creatures in play, other than, I don't know, having a bunch of creatures in play, which you can use for attacking and blocking, etc., etc. They have their own reason. Captain's Call, incidentally, I think is also in that list. Where are you here? Boop. Because that makes 3 creatures. Yeah, there it is, Captain's Call. Yeah, yeah, magical hack. Changes a land type, I think. Yeah, one basic land type. So you can change if a card has the word swamp somewhere, you can change it so it now says forest. Or if it says mountain somewhere, you can change it so it now says plains, and it even gives those as uh For example, you may change Swamp Walk to Planeswalk. This effect lasts indefinitely. So it doesn't change. It doesn't change anything rules wise. It just changes like how can I put this? I was going to say it doesn't change anything about the rules. It just changes based on what it affects, but that's still kind of convoluted. But it doesn't change, like it. I am not aware of any card in the game that can change. No, I'm aware of. There are some cards that can change a creature type. You think Word of Command should be. You think it should be not on the list? Oh, the reserve list? Oh, okay. No. The reserve list has nothing to do with Commander. Word of Command is on the reserve list. It's on the reserve list for a few reasons. There's a lot of cards that are on the reserve list that shouldn't be there, but are based on how the reserve list was created. Reserved. Okay. Let's throw you that. Basically, what they did initially was Wizards released fourth thing, which was applied to most cards from Alpha and Beta, as well as higher rarities from limited print expansions that existed at the time. So, anything that was in Alpha or from Alpha or Beta, except for stuff that had already been reprinted in Fourth or Ice Age. Uncommon and rare cards from Antiquities and Arabian Nights. And all rares from Legends in the Dark. since Word of Command did not get printed at that point, like did not get a reprint at that point, they were thrown on the reserve list. Then they made some tweaks. Then they made some. Then they made some. Some some changes to it. The first problem with Word of Command is it's complicated. Like if you take a look at what its Oracle text says, and you think about what it's actually trying to do, it's a pretty complicated way to make somebody go, hey, by the way, you're casting that. You look at your opponent's hand, you go, hey, by the way, you're playing that card now. But there's like the first of all, it's complicated. Even its original print took up a lot of text to make sure it can do its thing. Its Oracle text is even worse now. Second of all, it's a it's a rare from Unlimited. They already didn't want to reprint it in Revised, which is, or 4th edition. They're already taking a look and going, I don't think we want to reprint this one. Which is when you start getting, you eventually got cards like Duress, which said, okay, instead of doing all this messy stuff, how about we just make somebody discard a card? You look at their hand, you tell them what card they can't have. A person playing this card has to actually know how the rules work to be able to play it properly. They reissued it in Masters Edition 4, and then it's seen nothing until like the 30th anniversary printing, which is nobody wants to use a card with that much text. Unless it's one of those situations where it looks really complicated, but once you read it, it's actually, once you think about it, it's actually really easy to understand. No, you don't want people playing that card if you can avoid it. The number of people that will play that card wrong, not just play the not just play the play the spell wrong or whatever, but like play the actual card that you can cast from it wrong. Hey, Yorgo! I always wonder, is that a thing slapping a... Oh, it's supposed to be on a bongo. Okay. Yeah, no. Word of Command is one of those cards that does belong on the reserve list. It is, and this is why when they went to try and reprint that kind of effect, you end up with Mindslaver. But yeah, Captain's Call. if you're playing it because you get 3 bodies in 1 card. It's 3 soldiers in a trench coat. Um, if you're looking for something to make 3 bodies in 1 shot, it's a good starting point. Blue cards. Water Courser. I've always liked cards like Water Courser. Whether it's +1, -1, +1, +0, whatever, anything along that line at all. In blue, I've always liked cards like that. You want something that can be a somewhat aggressive creature in blue. This is actually fine. It's a 3 mana 2/3, which is about right for blue. That has the ability to hit for more. And if you've got any kind of pump ability going on, um, Gauntlet of Power comes to mind. Um, oh, what's that silly? What's that cycle called? Paragon of name Paragon ID equal U. Paragon of Gathering Mists. You've got stuff like this going on. You've got Sunken City, whatever. These things can hit for a lot more than it first appears. I've always liked Water Courser and stuff of this nature. Yeah, you're playing a blue deck that's trying to be at all aggressive. Consider cards that do this. Fairy Invaders. Conversely, I've always been kind of meh about this. 5 mana for a 3/3 flash flyer. I mean, is costed about right. But you're playing this because it's got flash. It's a reasonable body with flash. But if you want to play reasonable bodies, if you want to play reasonable cards with flash, start looking into cards like Leyline of Sanctity, or not Sanctity, Leyline of Anticipation, etc. that give all your stuff flash rather than finding a bunch of cards that have flash. There's also at least 2 versions of Teferi, I think. Yeah, Teferi Major Zephyr the one I think of for that. Creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. In other words, the creature cards in your hand, usually. Also, stuff that's in your graveyard, stuff that's in exile. Even your commander. If Teferi is not your commander, this gives your commander flash. And just go, hey, by the way, flash. Ah. And then each opponent can cast spells only when they can cast sorceries. Yeah. Play stuff like that. Plus, he's also a 3/4 for 5, which, while a bit undercosted, is actually, considering the abilities he's got, that's actually perfectly fine. Yeah. So, again, why are you playing? And again, I'm not saying don't play this card. If I'm saying why are you playing this card, I want to know the reason for playing this card. I want to know that, hey, by the way, I'm playing this because, you know, it's a it's an evasive it's an evasive rogue for my deck. Okay. Can we find other options, or is this actually the best option? This might be the best option. I'm not going to turn around and tell somebody. Well, let me rephrase that. I may turn around and tell people you shouldn't play this card because there's better options. But first, we should find out if there's better options. And if there are, what are they? If there's not, this is your best option. Hydro Surge, not really a big fan of cards that give, minus X minus 0. It stops something from doing, like, this real. You know what? You know what this is? This is prevent the next X damage to be dealt to target creature or player this turn. This is blue saying, let's prevent 5 damage to a creature, to a target. If you're looking at it from that perspective, kind of like what we did. Yeah, well, there's cantripping and there's size. And sometimes one is better than the other, and you have to weigh the two to figure out which is better. Do you want, like, if the best cantripping version at 1 mana is -3, and the best non-cantripping at 1 mana is, I don't know, let's say -7, is drawing the extra card worth the additional 4 points? If it's close, like it's -4 and -5, if it's -4 cantrip and -5 no cantrip, you play the -4. It's almost as good, and you draw a card. But realistically, what this is, like when we were talking about Saltfield Recluse during Time Spiral block. Planar Chaos. This is damage prevention from the other direction. I'm targeting the creature that can hit rather than targeting the recipient. This is the same idea. And so now if you're looking at Hydro Surge from that perspective, and as I mentioned there, this is stronger against cards that have got double strike or cards that can otherwise hit for multiple damage a turn. It also, because it reduces power, it's also more effective against fight effects, fight and bite and similar effects. It's more effective against those because suddenly the creature's dealing less damage. So I shouldn't write Hydro Surge and variants thereof off right off. They do have their homes. I really should take a more I really should take a stronger look at the card in, as a whole. And take a look at what is this card actually trying to do? And it might be worth throwing a couple of cards that do this sort of thing in my deck. Although, to be fair, if I want an effect like this, it doesn't take much more to go, creatures target opponent controls get I know you can get them -2, -0, for example. Yeah, like it's the Bayane Veil for 2 mana, and you're paying extra because it is a double face card. You know, this is reasonable, and you're playing against somebody playing a token strategy. This can turn around and say, hey, by the way, your tokens deal nothing. Hydrolash, attacking creatures getting -2, -0 to end a turn and cantrip. Chain of Memory, and it's similar in its guys. Yep, which is almost the same as drawing a card. Scrying 2 is very close to drawing a card. Yeah, so if you are looking at an effect like that, as Yargo pointed out, play Chain of Memory first. But I should be careful and not write these effects off right away. I should actually try them out and see how they actually do play, because my initial impression is this is a bad card. And then sitting here thinking about this a dozen plus years later, I'm like, are they actually better than I think they are? They are not removal, but they can make a big difference between, you know, your creatures surviving or not. And especially if you put on something like, you know, something like an 8/6, let's say, or let's say, I don't know, a 9/3. You hit a 9/3 with it, brings it down to a 4/3. Maybe your creature actually survives at that point. So this may work a bit closer to giving your creature first strike than it first appears. Voidstalker. There's a card similar to this that's in standard right now. Um, this guy, Floodpit Drowner. 2 mana, flash, vigilance. When it enters, tap an opponent's creature, put a stun counter on it. Pay 2, tap, shuffle this, and target creature with a stun counter into their owner's libraries. So you're the same size. Floodpit Drowner costs 1 less. You shuffle back anything that's got a stun counter on it, but it has to have a stun counter on it. But the Drowner gives 1 first. I think they work out. I think they generally work out about even, but I think the Drowner is a bit better. It has flash, it has vigilance, and it stuns a creature when it comes into play. I could see either. I think I would run Flood Pit's Drowner first. Although if creature type's relevant, obviously you run the Void Stalker in an elemental deck. And I think the Drowner is better on largely due to the creatureness part of it. Whereas the Void Stalker can affect any creature. So not a bad card. If you're looking at Flood Pit's Drowner, look into Void Stalker. It is similar enough. It's similar enough that you might want to run both. Courtly Provocateur. My one regret is that I've mastered an art that leaves its audience unable to applaud. 3 mana, 1 creature with 2 tap abilities. Both of them target a creature and force the creature into combat this turn if it can. You're on somebody else's turn? Okay, you have to block. Oh, it's your turn? Okay, you have to attack. Wait, what? Yeah. It's... If you want to muck around with somebody's combat, this is one of them cards. The funny thing is, if player A is attacking player B and you are neither one, player A is attacking, player B is blocking. Before attackers are declared, you can go, oh, beginning of combat? Cool. Your general also has to attack this turn. Wait, what? Your general has to attack this turn. Or, you can go, oh, he's attacking with us. You have to block with your general. Wait, what? Yeah. If you want to start mucking around with people's combat, people are not going to like... I will say people are not going to like you. Encrust is basically... Was it Weakstone Subjugation? So, 1 mana, enchant artifact or creature. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So, subjugation stops something from untapping. Encrust also says its activated abilities can't be activated. This is basically a blue arrest. Weakstone Subjugation is a bit closer to blue pacifism. Because if it's tapped, it can't attack or block. Barring, is it Michiko Konda? No. What is your name? What is your quest? What is the year speed of an unladen swallow? How do you mean? African or European? I didn't know there was a difference. Ah! Masako the Humorless. Current Oracle text says A. Flash. B. Tapped creatures you control can block as though they were untapped. So yeah. So barring Masako the Humorless. Yeah. But this is basically Blue's twist on Arrest, which is fine. The only thing is it doesn't tap the permanent first, so obviously you want to wait until it's become tapped for some reason. However, blue likes making stuff enter the battlefield tapped. Other people's stuff. Um, also has easy ways of tapping stuff down. Yeah, if you, I think I've actually got this in a couple lists. I know I've definitely considered it. Um, but I've found, I think I think I had been considering this, and then blue got to the point where there was enough solid removal. That may be cards like Raven Form that turns their thing into another thing. Um, but enough cards like Raven Form where I'm like, yeah, I don't need to worry about cards like Encrust anymore. But if you're perfectly fine doing this, go ahead. Again, not going to deny somebody for that. Plus, also comparing this to something like Raven Form, in theory, Raven Form might be better. But if you're looking at a deck based around Devotion or Chroma, either or, probably Devotion, then Encrust is better because it's a permanent with 2 blue pips on it. Just saying. There are again, there are reasons to play this over Raven Form, etc. Tricks of the trade. Um, one of the decks I'm working on is a Simic deck that you can't block. And this turns around and says, "Hey, by the way, nice. You can't block this thing either." There's going to be a couple of creatures in there that are blockable, but they're going to have like flying or, horsemanship or something like that. Flying, horsemanship, shadow, something of that nature. And then Tricks of the Trade turns around and goes, "Oh, okay, well, guess what? Now I'm bigger and you can't block it anyway." Which one you talking about? Tricks of the Trade? Tricks of the Trade, I think is fine. No, you spell tricks that way, and that's Illusions of Grandeur and what was it? Illusions of Grandeur and Donate. Yeah, back in the day, um, first of all, back in the day, decks had very, very generic names. Uh, and then people started giving their decks names based on cereal. There was Tricks, there was Cocoa Pebbles, there was Fruity Pebbles. Okay, fine. Then you start playing those common dual lands that ping somebody from oh, what do you call it? Outlaws of the Thunder Junction. Yeah. No. These guys. But then I'd have to get some. Oh, poor baby. They're... Oh, well, Jagged Barons is 50 cents. Alright, you're gonna make me look this up now. Jagged Barons. No, okay. Do not care. Yeah. There are two cards that I've had to proxy because I have a heck of a time trying to pin them down. But one is only got printed in Commander 19, and the other has only got printed in Legends. Oh yeah. It's also Sunscorched Desert. And while I think of that, where are you here? You combine Sunscorched Desert with Hallowed Ground. Return target non-slow land you control to owner's hand. Deserts are obviously not snow. So all you need now is a way to play additional lands every turn. And then just generate a bunch of white mana and go, hey, by the way, every 2 mana I pump in, I'm going to burn you for 1. No big deal. Anyway, yeah, no, Tricks of the Trade might actually end up going into that deck unless I find a better version. Unless I find enough other better versions of it, but might actually make it in. You're obviously putting this into a deck to make a creature unblockable. This is the sort of thing that I would put on like a Voltron General. And probably more so on a Voltron General where I want to give them some amount of hope. Like, I have a creature that's got, my general or whatever's got flying. Sure. I've got a creature, it's got flying. Okay. Have they got a creature with reach? Or have they got a creature with flying? Cool. We'll go in a couple of times. Oh, look, you have something. Cool. Tricks of the Trade. Now you can't block it. So you give them hope just so you can take it away from them. Talron's Invocation. Talron's Invocation is fine. If you look at this from, like, what you're doing is you are putting 4 power worth of flying creature on the board for 2 mana, or for 4 mana. And also because it's a sorcery, it's relatively easy to bring that cost down because there's enough cards out there that say instant and sorcery spells you could you cast cost 1 less to cast or whatever. So this can easily be like 2. Oh yeah. Well, Talron Talrand himself, I think, would make a third one. But then what you do is you start combining it with things like Goblin Electromancer. And now, Goblin Electromancer and I don't know. Um, is it Grand Melee I'm thinking of? I forget. But there's another one that's like, your instants and sorceries cost one less to cast or two less to cast or whatever. And it's real easy to bring this down to like, you have Talrand and you cast the Invocation. And it's like, oh, hey, by the way, for 2 mana, I'm going to get like 6 power on the board. Again, never mind. I don't know who that is. Okay. I um but yeah, this really easy to oh, okay. Shrug. Rap is not a music style I care anything about. Because nobody I it's nothing anybody in my circle of friends even talks about. It doesn't come up. But yeah, Talron's Invocation, really easy to make that go. Like Talron's Invocation is even sillier now that you've got Panoptic Mirror unbanned. Actually, what's the other one? Elite Arcanist? Do you also do sorceries? No, you only hit instants. Sads. But yeah, you want to flood the board with 2/2 flyers. This is a good way to start. This is a good starting point. Switcheroo. I oh I saw this. I saw this card come out, and I just started to giggle when I saw the name. 5 mana sorcery. Exchange control of 2 target creatures. The funny thing is, you don't have to be involved in any of it. Which, again, just like the Courtly Provocateur, you don't need to be involved. Oh, okay. So, you've got a giant ocean beast. And you've got a 2/2 vampire. How about we swap them? Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, Switcheroo is one of those cards. I mean, you can have specific reasons for doing it, but you can do it just to troll people. Like, oh, I have to look up how earthbending moves works now. uh, Rulings. Okay. See you, Yurgle. Under your control. Target land you control. Okay. It looks like it is put. It looks like it will only come into play. Okay. Looks like it will only come back into play under the control of the person who bent the land. Wait. Know what? I will come back to that one. Downpour. Tap up to 3 target creatures. This is a hilarious card, and I've actually built a pauper deck on a card similar to this called Early Frost. Same cost. Tap up to 3 target lands. I might actually throw Downpour in the sideboard. They're the same cost. They're both instants. They don't both tap up to 3. But Early Frost taps down lands. Okay. So Downpour, or not Downpour, so Earthbending, the land comes back into play under the controller of the person who earthbent it in the first place. So my idea of going, hey, by the way, switcheroo, you've earthbended a land. If the land dies, you get your land back. Oh. Cannot use it like another version of Annex. I has the sads. Downpour. Early Frost came up because of so while creatures are more annoying to deal with, lands can often tap for more than 1 mana in Pauper, and even more so in Commander. So if I'm considering an effect like Mana Leak, which is what it was in there to replace, being able to tap down, 3 lands that might generate as much as 6 mana compared to counter unless they pay 3 was kind of a big deal. Downpour you take a look at, now you're looking at like a preemptive fog. You know, before attackers are declared. You go, hey, by the way, tap these guys. Usually tapping 3 creatures is enough to say, okay, I guess I'm not attacking this turn. But again, this is one of those things where you need to know where the rules, how the rules work, because combat goes beginning of combat, declare attackers, declare blockers, combat damage, end of combat. During the beginning of combat is when you want to turn around and go, hey, by the way, tap those guys down. And then you go, I guess I'm not going to attack this turn. I don't think I would generally bother with this card. Like, unless I'm looking for a fog effect of some sort, in which case there's this. But then for 2 more mana, you get Aetherize, which can completely mess up. Completely mess somebody up. You can come back once you've learned some manners and figured out how to reconstitute your physical forms. Yeah. Downpour for as like if you're looking at as like a low end Aetherize is probably fine. But yeah, much more interested in Encrust, Terran's Invocation, and Switcheroo over Downpour. Mind Sculpt. 2 mana sorcery. Target opponent mills 7. Again, you generally don't want to be playing mill decks in Commander. Generally. Because it's hard to... You really need like the top end mill options to make it work. However, if you do manage to pull it off, if you do really want, because take a look. Let's assume you start off with 7 cards in hand. 99 cards in your deck. 7 cards in hand. Is 92. And you've drawn a card. Is 91. Milling 7 is 1 out of 13. So that's like dealing 3 damage to somebody's life total. That means you have to be able to smack at them like 13 times for 3 damage each to be able to make Mind Sculpt. Like you need 13 Mind Sculpts to pull it off. So, if you're looking into doing it, you need to be able to make sure, like, this has to be like the bottom end of what you're milling. You need 7s, 8s, 10, 12, 13, half the library. You need cards of that level. And the problem with Mind Sculpt is that it only affects 1 person. So you then need to find a way to make sure you can get this to work. Because the thing is, like mill, if you're not careful with how you build it, is going to be like burn, in that it's really easy to make burn. Like, it's hard to make burn work. But then when you finally figure out how to make it work, you can burn out one person. But then you still have two other opponents to deal with. So now it becomes harder again. Mill is the same, except there are ways built into the game that, it's not hard to get Mill to the point where it's like, how do I beat you? Like a card I commonly hear people playing is Elixir of Immortality, which you shuffle it and your graveyard back in your deck and you gain 5 life. There's enough cards that have got, then there's cards that, there's cards in their strategies you don't want to be milling somebody. Hashtag it's complicated. So Mind Sculpt, if you are building mill, this is like the bottom end of where you should go. With the possible exception of Stream of, I think it's Stream of Thought. Yeah, Stream of Thought. Target player mills 4. You shall pull up to 4 cards from your graveyard into your library. And this got replicate. So you... Okay, maybe I shouldn't say this is the lowest you should go. Stream of Thought. Then there's Thought Collapse, Didn't Say Please, and Countermand, which are all counter spells that can mill. Although I'm not sold on those. Psychic Spiral you're going to want in that deck as well. Because this way you can get your Stream of Thought, etc. back. But yeah. Mind Sculpt. If you're looking for cards that do pure mill, that's all they're there for is mill. Mind Sculpt is like the bottom end. Also, you're going to want cost reduction. Now, if you're not doing that, if I go back to my mill deck, yes, I have a mill deck. Tap 4 untapped advisors you control. Target player mills 12 cards. 24 petitioners. 20 more advisors. That all do various things, many of which are actually, many of which are useful. Kung Sleeping Dragon is a lord to give, pump on my creatures. So, in a pinch, I can actually do combat. Ledger Shredder, we know about Ledger Shredder. Bruvrak, the Grandiloquent, makes somebody mill twice as much. Loyal Retainers brings the creature back. Masako the Humorless, we talked about earlier, etc., etc., etc. Azor's Elocutors gives me an alternate win condition. And I have the ability to, I've got 44 advisors here. And then I've got some, other random stuff, like, throwing stones, so that if I cast a Persistent Petitioners, I have a reasonable chance of hitting a second one. Which means I have a reasonable chance of hitting a third one. I think if I've got 2 in hand, when I cast Throwing Stone, I've got a good chance of getting all of them out. And then Keening Stone Mill equal the number of cards in your graveyard, please. Etc. etc. But yeah, I take a look and it's like I have the ability to like I need some time to build up. I need some time to build up, but if I do manage to build up, I can mill everybody out fairly quickly. If you're not building on the premise of persistent petitioners, it is going to be an uphill battle. It's doable, but it's going to be an uphill battle. You do want Bruvac the Grandiloquent. You really want Bruvac in that list. And anything else that you can find to increase milling speeds. Augur of Bolus. Look at the top 3. Reveal an instant or sorcery. Put it in your hand. The rest on the bottom. You can choose to put all 3 cards on the bottom, even if any of them are instants or sorceries. You can go, no, I don't want any of them. So it's kind of like scry 3 and put 1 in your hand. Yeah. This is specifically looking for instants and sorceries, so obviously your deck is going to want to be geared around instants or sorceries because it only looks at the top 3. You're probably quite often putting them all on the bottom. But yeah, I mean, it can work. I just feel like a card like that, you're going to want to be heavy on instants and sorceries, like more than a third of your deck, something like 40% or so of your deck. Black cards. Public Execution. I don't specifically remember this card. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. Each other creature that player controls gets -2/-0 till end of turn. 6 mana. We'll say 4 of it because 2 black plus 1 is approximately equal to black plus 3. So you're only paying 2 extra mana. You're only paying 2, maybe 3 extra mana because you are also restricted on only hitting your opponent's creatures. To shrink their stuff down by -2. But 6 mana, you are hitting a Lord and then reducing the effectiveness of a bunch of their other creatures. That's actually quite a bit. I think if you are commonly playing if you're commonly playing against decks that have some kind of tribal synergy going on, Public Execution is pretty good. Especially when you're looking at like I can't remember what I was going to say now. Damn, I hate being old. By the way, I'll be in 5 weeks I will be 55. So when I start making comments about me being old, some of you might actually understand. Okay, yeah, he is getting old. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, that can just completely ruin, an alpha strike. You go, cool. Kill that. Shrink down all you guys. Oh boy. Now declare blockers. Veilborn Ghoul. This is a card that I think you typically want to put in your deck, not because it's a zombie, not because it's a 4-power zombie, yada yada yada. But you want to play this in your deck for combo pieces. You want, because whenever a swamp you control enters, you may return this from your graveyard to your hand. So, let's go back to Squee for a moment. Wait, what? Why are we talking about Squee? Because Squee, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may return Squee Goblin Nabob from your graveyard to your hand. My primary experience with Squee in general, and I don't mean specifically Commander, I mean in general, is that he commonly got used with cards like Bazaar of Baghdad as a card that you could discard, and then on your upkeep, you get it back to your hand. So effects that wanted you to discard, let's say, Chris Mage, for example, which was around at the same time. Pay a red, tap, discard a card, 1 damage to any target. Okay. Well, if you discard Squee, on your upkeep, you get it back to hand, so you can discard it to the Chris Mage again. And get it back to your hand on your upkeep, and then discard it again. And again. And again. So you have this consistent cycle of discarding to, you can consistently discard a Chris Mage every single turn. This is how Squee commonly has been played. Now, this particular deck doesn't intend to do it that way. It intends on playing Squee, throwing some auras on it, and attacking because it's funny. And if Squee dies, he comes back to hand on my upkeep, where I can recast him and throw more auras on him. That's the plan with this deck. But Veilborn Ghoul, rather than saying at the beginning of your upkeep, says whenever swamp enters under your control. Well, you're playing black. This is one of those times when you probably do want to make sure you're playing with Urborg, Tome of Yawgmoth. You pitch the card to, you pitch Veilborn Ghoul to, I don't know, I can't think of another card right now. But black, tap, discard a card, make a token copy of Festering Goblin. Well, then you play a land for turn, and if it's a swamp, and if Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth's out, they're all swamps. Cool. I get the Veilborn Ghoul back to my hand. So if you're looking for cards that you can regularly pitch and get back every turn, Squee works well for that, as I just mentioned. Veilborn Ghoul gives you that option. There's a few other cards of that nature that do the same sort of idea. So, if you're looking for cards that you can freely discard, Veilborn Ghoul should be on your list. Duskmantle Prowler. Looks kind of weird. It's a 4 mana 2/2 with haste and exalted. If it's the only creature that's attacking, it's attacking as a 3/3 with haste. So this is better than it first appears. Plus the fact that it has exalted means if something else ends up being a better thing to attack with, cool, I'll give you a bonus. It doesn't look big and powerful, but that exalted can, like building around exalted can do a lot. And even without building around exalted, it is a vampire with haste. If you're considering a vampire with haste in your deck, it's a not unreasonable option. And if that haste ends up not working, you can turn around and go and attack with your general and give it an extra +1. It's reasonable. Servant of Nephirox, again, black creature. It's a 3/1 with exalted. I kind of like this a bit better than what we were looking at last week for, I think it was Bloodthirst. To be fair, a 3 mana 3/1 with an ability is fine. I think I would rather have Exalted over Bloodthirst in this situation. I think I'd rather have the 3/1. Or sorry, I think I'd rather have Exalted. Again, not fond of this creature to begin with. But enough Exalted is going to make it do more. Speaking of Exalted, Duty Bound Dead. I will point out, by this point, we are starting to phase out on regenerating. We're not seeing as much as we used to. So 1 black for a 0/2, which averages to a 1/1, with Exalted. Compares this, and 4 to regenerate. Now, if we compare this to Dredge Skeletons, this costs 1 less mana than Dredge Skeletons, which costs black to regenerate. This is often attacking, like this is conceived. Here we go. Words. This is conceived of as a 1/1 that can attack as a 2/2. I mean, technically it's a 0/2 that attacks as a 1/3, but whatever. It's 4 to regenerate compared to just a black on Dredge Skeletons, but Dredge Skeletons cost a mana more up front. Okay, yeah, I think this is probably about right. I feel like the regeneration might be a bit much. Maybe black +2 should have done it. But yeah. But again, here's the thing though. You're not playing this because the you're playing this because it's a 1 mana creature with Exalted. If you're looking into Exalted, I mean, here's already 3 cards in a row that have Exalted. If you're in black and looking into Exalted, you are probably considering them. ID black. Oh, Exalted. Okay, so ignore the sticker. You've got these two that we've already looked at. This Nephirox, which is going to be really strong. And Knight of Infamy, which we already saw the white version of that earlier. And Cathedral of War. Yeah, you're probably playing all of them. You are not going mono black Exalted because there's only 6 cards that do that. But if you're playing this Skeleton Tribal, I could see Exalted. Obviously, you're going to want to be playing it. If you're playing Exalted and you're in black, you're probably having to play the Servant. I would play the Prowler over the Servant in a heartbeat. This I could actually see a home for in Vampire or Rogue decks. Serve of Nephirox, you're playing it because it's Exalted. Duty Bound Dead, you're playing it because it's Exalted or because it's a skeleton. Crippling Blight does not stop the creature from being able to attack. This is the problem with Crippling Blight. It doesn't stop the creature from being able to attack. It just stops it from being able to block. So unless it's got Defender, Crippling Blight does nothing. That being said, look at creatures that have Defender. Creatures that have Defender that people commonly play usually have a way to attack. And if they have a way to attack, they're probably dealing damage based on their toughness rather than their power. At which point, -1/-1 doesn't really do anything. Crippling Blight, you're using it to kill off a token. Or something equivalently sized. Just no. Just no. The only reason to play this at that point is because you've got some kind of aura-based energy, i.e. some kind of, what do you call it? Some kind of Enchantress. There we go. Some kind of Enchantress-based deck, and you're playing black. Otherwise, and if you're doing that, there's better options even at 1 mana. Knight of Infamy. Speaking of Exalted, again, most of what I said earlier about the Knight of Glory applies here to the Knight of Infamy. There's going to be more 2 mana 2 power creatures. There's going to be more White Knight analogs than there are going to be Black Knight analogs. Although the Black Knight analog, historically, was stronger because, again, historically, because not only did it have protection from white, so protection from swords, plowshares, the fact that it was black, I mean, the more modern version would be cards like Doomblade. Destroy target non-black creature. All the way back from M10. Not a good card, but not a bad card. For 2 mana, for 2 mana removal spells, it's fine. No, you can go be a spam bot somewhere else. So, Knight of Infamy, because it's black, means it does not die to effects like Doomblade. And it doesn't die to Swords, Plowshares, Path to Exile, etc. because they're white and it's got protection from white. So, a lot of your removal, you now have, I mean, this is why you now have cards like Murder. But yeah, what I said earlier about the Knight of Glory applies to the Knight of Infamy just as much here. But there's going to be less black analogs than there are going to be white ones. Liliana's Shade. Liliana's Shade is kind of amusing because it says when it enters, you may search for a swamp, reveal it, put in your hand, and shuffle. This is your, another one for your Frozen Shade deck. You're building Shades deck, you're playing Liliana's Shade. The search for a swamp, first of all, does not say basic swamp, so you can search for any swamp. So it can be a dual land, it can be a shock land, like Godless Shrine or whatever. It can be, the tri-lands like Zeator's Proving Ground. I don't remember Zeator's. No, I think Zeator's Proving Ground is Naya. Whatever. You get the point. And yeah, cool. Here's another land, so you can continue to pump it. But also, you search for a swamp. Once you play that swamp, you can bring back the Veilborn Ghoul. So that's an option. But yeah, Liliana's Shade, again, it's going to give you, and you're playing, if you're playing Shades, you're probably playing heavy, if not mono black. So I'm seeing this, and I'm already thinking like Cabal Coffers, Magus of the Coffers, Cabal Stronghold, anything of that nature that can go, hey, by the way, generate, generate a metric, butt ton of mana. Make this thing unblockable because it starts off as a 1/1, so you can use like Escape Tunnel, I think it's called. Sack the Escape Tunnel, make this unblockable, and go, hey, by the way, I'm going to attack you, and I'm going to hit you for like all the mana I can generate. And you die. Heaven forbid you've got like Grafted Grafted Exoskeleton, isn't it? Yeah, heaven forbid you've got Grafted Exoskeleton on it. Oh, look. Now you have an effect. Oh, you die. Rocks File Loved One dies. Val Rebirth. Exile target creature card from a graveyard, and then make a zombie token. So, the drawback of this, of course, is that to be able to get the zombie token, you cannot cast a spell that has targets without having enough targets to cast it. And if for whatever reason you end up with no legal targets when the spell goes to resolve, the entire spell is countered. In other words, this has got one target. I need a target to cast this. I need to be able to target a creature card that's in a graveyard. Okay. If I successfully do that, cool. I can cast a spell. Spell goes to resolve. If between the time I cast it and the time it resolves, that creature's no longer in the graveyard, even if it left the graveyard and then came back, not a legal target anymore. I don't get my zombie. So, that being said, people normally don't target stuff that's in their own graveyard. Or, like, sorry, people don't normally. If I go to exile something out of my own graveyard, people don't normally stop that. So you can do that to get a zombie token. So if there's stuff that's in your graveyard that you're just like, meh, whatever. You know, that gives you an option. Bloodhunter Bat. Bloodhunter Bat, I don't mind too much. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. In black, you're normally looking at, let's be honest, without a drawback, you're normally looking at 3 mana. But usually with some minor tweak added to it. But 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer in black, I'm kind of okay paying that. When it enters, target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That's almost like giving it haste. And then, you know, that's like giving it haste and then saying, hey, by the way, when it enters, you gain 2 life. Okay, I'll take that. For 4 mana, sure. You're playing Bat Tribal, you probably want to be playing this. If you're playing any sort of deck where you got flicker shenanigans going on, especially if you've got like infinite flicker shenanigans going on, this is definitely an option. Because burning not just burning out your opponent, but gaining life in the progress is really nice. Nephrox, Overlord of Grixis. First time in a while we've heard any of the shards from Alara getting mentioned. 6 mana for 5/5 Flying Exalted. It's probably going to be the one attacking alone, in theory, because it's, you know, it's already a big creature. Whenever he attacks alone, defending player sacrifices a creature. Yeah. I don't know why they have to say of their choice. It's like, we should already know that it's, you know, you get to choose what creature you're sacrificing. Unless you've only got one creature left, but that's another story. But yeah, 6 mana for 5/5 Flying Exalted. When it attacks alone, defending player sacks a creature. Pretty easy to, yeah. And why are you only 50 cents? Like, not even 50 cents. I don't know. But yeah, definitely, you're playing. This is a card that in a mono black demon deck, I'd be comfortable making him my general. Unless I. No, I'd be comfortable making him my general. Zather Gorgon? Oh dear. Six mana for 3/6 with Death Touch. Why do I have a feeling I had Zather Gorgon as one of my. Oh! I don't remember what deck it is. So a 3/6 is basically a 4/5. So yeah, that's about right for just that. And then it's got the petrification ability. Pay 3 tap, put a petrification on target creature. It gains defender. So can't attack. Becomes a colorless artifact in addition to its other types. Overrides. Does it override color? Ba, 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 ba. In addition to its other types. So it overrides whatever color it was, but being colorless. because artifact is a type. Colorless is not a type, in addition to its other types. So if it was a creature before, it's now an artifact creature, which obviously it was a creature. So it's now a colorless artifact creature with Defender. Its activated abilities can't be activated. Activated abilities are like the Gorgon's own ability. See right here, this colon? You know, the two dots on top of each other? That's a colon. That indicates that there's an activated ability here. The stuff to the left of it is the cost for the ability. The stuff to the right of it is the effect for the ability. And yeah, this is an activated ability. So if you somehow manage to petrify another Gorgon, that other Gorgon can no longer petrify others. But yeah, again, this and as it scrolls down here, the effects of the Zathagorgon's ability don't depend on the petrification counter. If the counter is removed, nothing happens. You basically, putting the petrification counter there is basically there as a reminder to go, hey, by the way, this is what I'm hitting, but it's not necessary. But yeah, creature with death touch that just shuts down other creatures and goes, yeah, by the way, you can't really do much of anything. You're basically a big blocker now. You like big blocks and you cannot lie. No, I didn't just say that, but apparently I did. But yeah, again, you're playing Gorgons, you're probably playing this. If you are wanting to disable creatures without killing them, like hitting somebody's general with this is actually lots of fun. It won't stop any triggers. It won't stop triggers, it won't stop statics, but it'll stop a lot of things. Alright, let's go red cards. Reckless Brute. I think this is the card, the first card where I actually emailed. I think this is the first card where I actually emailed Mark Rosewater and went, I like how this card turned out. Because everything from the name, like everything from the name down just fit. 3 mana, 3/1 with haste, attacks each turn of Fable, Ogre Warrior. The flavor, like everything just fit. Now, generally speaking, okay, so let's tweak this a bit. You're looking at a 2/2 with haste for 3 mana, which is normal. Attacks each combat of Fable. It's costed as I keep wanting to say Goblin War Buggy. I'm sure it's not Goblin War Buggy. I cannot remember what it's called. Let's see here. Red, you cost. Alright, power equals 2, toughness equal 2, mana value equal 3. search. Goblin Chariot. Yeah, Goblin Chariot is the card I'm looking for. Which would explain why I keep getting mixed up between that and Goblin War Buggy. Because Goblin War Buggy is the same thing but with the Echo for one less mana. Goblin Chariot has, cost 1 mana more but doesn't have Echo. But yeah, Reckless Brute, you see that and it's like it's costed as a Goblin Chariot. Gotta make sure I got the right one this time. But it has to attack each turn of Fable. Why is it settled with that drawback? Because even though it's costed the same as Goblin War Chariot, as Goblin Chariot, it's 3 power for 3 mana. Which is quite a bit. And so, yeah. You're playing. Why are you playing this? You're playing this because it's a 3 power ogre. It is a cheap 3 power, like cheap as in mana value. It's a cheap 3 power ogre. There's probably better options, but also it does have haste, which is, again, it's not nothing. Craterize, don't play it. There's no reason to play this card over something else. Stone Ring costs 1 less. Demolish gives you the option of killing an artifact instead. Whatchamacallit? I can't remember what it's called, but there's this, but it's an instant. Mana value equal 4, ID equal red. Mana 3. Destroy target land. Type instant. Volcanic Upheaval. Exact same card, but an instant. Just, there are so many ways to have better than this. Do not play Craterize. Goblin Battle Chester. Whenever you cast a red spell, target creature can't block this turn. It's eh? It's fine. The thing is, to make this work well, you want to cast a bunch of red spells, but if you're casting a bunch of red spells, why not just have something that rewards you for casting red spells? Although, you can claim this does, but we're talking something like, there's creatures that, ping when you cast a red spell, or tap to ping, but when you cast a red spell, you untap them, and so you can ping again. And then you've got cards that have got Storm. So typically you'd be thinking of cards like Empty the Warrens, stuff of that nature. Or if you're casting a bunch, you just might be casting infinite. At which point you're looking at stuff like dual caster mage. I don't think this gives you enough. I don't think this gives you enough payoff for what it says it's doing. And otherwise, you're looking at a 4 mana 2/2 goblin. It doesn't, and it's just goblin. It's not like it even has like another type, like goblin performer or something like that. At which point, if it had a type like performer or bard or something, you could make an argument for putting it into a deck like that. No. Cleaver Riot. If you heard what I said earlier about First Strike, Double Strike is even more dangerous, but Double Strike is a little more. Well, I was going to say it's a little more expected, but it's not really because there's not a lot of cards that have Double Strike. And so suddenly going, hey, by the way, by the way, by the way. If you can find a way to cast this with Flash somehow, Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch, is that going to be insane? You go, by the way, all my creatures have double strike. I'm going to swing for over 9,000. Oh, but they've got double strike, so 18,000. Yeah. Yeah. Just dangerous card is dangerous. Because the thing is, compared to Battle Mastery, different color, sure. But Enchant Creature has double strike for 3 mana. For 2 more mana as a sorcery, all your creatures get it till end of turn. Which would you rather have? As a finisher, this thing is silly. Flames of the Firebrand. You take any 3 targets. You have 3 damage that you're dealing. How much damage do you want to do where? Think of it a little bit like if you've ever played Dungeons & Dragons, like for example, if you've ever played Baldur's Gate 3. I have Magic Missile. How many missiles am I sending where? Pew, pew, pew. Or pew, pew, pew. Or pew, pew, pew. Take your pick. That's how Flames of the Firebrand basically works. Yeah. If you are looking at burn spells for Commander, I would at least consider this, because it gives you the option of splitting it up. An actual burn spell, I think hard to make playable, but Flames of the Firebrand, I think would be a consideration, because I can hit players, I can hit. Oh yeah, and by the way, if you have Firesong and Sunspeaker as your general, red instant and sorcery spells you control have lifelink. And then whenever a white instant or sorcery spell causes you to gain life, they deal 3 damage to any target. Wait. No, it actually says creature or player. It cannot hit planeswalkers. It can. Wow, really? Oh yeah, that was well after the rules change. Huh. But yeah. So this deals 3 damage. If you've got Firesong and Sunspeaker, you're going to gain 3 life, etc., etc. But yeah, this I think for a for a burn spell for commander is okay because you can split it up. You can hit players, etc. Firewing Phoenix. Speaking of cards that people want to discard, if you are considering discarding cards for any reason, again, what we mentioned about the Veilborn, what's his name? The zombie dude. Ghoul. What we mentioned here, now instead of having land come into play, you just need to pay 4 mana. Which some people might complain, oh my god, that's 4 mana. To which I would also respond, but remember, that's 4 mana, which you can pay at any time, and it's not restricted to once a turn, because it doesn't say, you know, there's no timing restriction, it's just pay 4 mana. And you don't have to worry about trying to make sure you've got a land coming into play to bring it back. You just do it. A 4/2 flyer, so on average a 3/3 flyer, for 4 mana is actually reasonable. It's not as good as a 4/4 flyer, but this is a 4 power flyer that can recur itself. You're playing Phoenixes, you probably want to play this. You want another red discard outlet, especially one that you can conceivably recur multiple times in a single turn. Consider this, etc. This has actually got lots of options. Dragon Hatchling just might be the smallest dragon in the game that's an actual, like, dragon. Type dragon, mana value less than 3, flying. How many small dragons do we have? Game paper. Sort by mana value. Alright, so technically Shivan Devastator, but you're not casting this for X equals 0. Slumbering Dragon can potentially end up getting there. Deceptive Frostgite only came out last year in Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it's a 2-drop that can copy any other Dragon Hatchling, Smoldering Egg. When you've cast enough stuff, it cracks into this thing. 1/1 Flying Haste that gets counters, and then Invasion of Tarkir when you finally blow it up, becomes a 4/4 dragon. Okay, yeah. Realistically, I would say the only thing that beats it is Slumbering Dragon, and that is also from M13. So also in this set. But for cheap dragon, play now, can attack with it next turn without having to do any sort of shenanigans at all. Yeah, Dragon Hatchling. Cheapest flying dragon we got. Those dragons grow fast. For a while they feed on squirrels and goblins, and then suddenly you realize you're missing a mammoth. Searing Spear. Uh, Card now called Lightning Strike. Exact same card. 2 mana, instant, 3 damage to any target. Honestly, if you're playing this for creature removal, first of all, if you're considering playing this, you should be playing Lightning Bolt instead. Second of all, if you're looking at this as creature removal, a Braid is better, Cast Out of Fire is better, and all their variants are better. Play those instead because they do a lot more. Searing Spear, you are playing Searing Spear because you are wanting to burn somebody's face off. But there's better ways to do that. This is, you are targeting a single player. So why would you play, why would I consider playing this over, over something else? I would consider playing Searing Spear if I want to make sure I could also hit planeswalkers or battles. That's it. But even so, how many slots am I devoting to this kind of effect? Also, as I've mentioned in the past, you're also halfway to just plain destroy target creature with Aftershock. Or potentially, better options if you are willing to combo shenanigans. Again, sticking with mono red. Because you get the various, polymorphing effects where wild magic surge, etc. Wild magic surge, chaos warp, stuff of that nature. So Searing Spear would not bother. Would play anything on this row above that. Chandra's Fury. I asked if they wanted to do things the easy way. I meant easy for me. Yeah. So 5 mana, 4 damage to player or planeswalker, 1 damage to each of their creatures. Again, wouldn't bother with this card. You're doing this to do 1 damage to each of their creatures. You can do that a lot more efficiently, and you can do that. I mean, why not just play Earthquake or something of that nature? And you're only hitting one player's creatures while you're at it. Slumbering Dragon. We mentioned this earlier. 1 mana for a 3/3 flyer. Can't attack or block unless it's got 5 or more +1 counters on it. Whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, put +1 counter on this creature. Note that while this last ability gives a way for this to get counters, doesn't need to be that way. You can get those counters on it by any means you want. And suddenly, and I can't attack or block unless I've got enough counters on it. Okay. You're a 1 mana. You're a 1 mana 8/8 flyer with suspend. Oh wow. But that could, if you can coerce people. Attacks you were. Oh. Funny thing is, They don't even have to attack and deal damage. They just have to attack. You don't even have to get to blocking yet. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, it's a consideration. Dragon Hatchling would be the cheapest without shenanigans. Slumbering Dragon might be the cheapest with shenanigans. If you are playing a deck that involves proliferation shenanigans and you're already in red, Slumbering Dragon should probably be on your list. Smelt. This came out in Magic 2013. Magic came out in 1993. It took almost 20 years for them to finally power creep Shatter. And yet, we hardly see Smelt ever used ever. To be fair, we hardly see Shatter getting used. Okay, this is going to drive me bonkers. Give me a moment, people. Whoops. There we go. Does that work? There we go. Good enough. Whatever. Anywho. But yeah, like nobody plays this. If you're looking for a card whose job is only destroy target artifact, you should play Smelt. However, may I recommend cards that can blow up X target artifacts, cards that have a activated ability that can blow up artifacts, cards that can blow up an artifact or do something else. Might I recommend cards that do more than just this? The reason that, like, Smelt used to be a consideration for Vintage and Legacy, the format where you want the most efficient removal. And it's a little bit of play, and then it stopped. And because for slightly more mana, you can get much better effects. Do not play. Literally, do not play. Play anything on the second row first. Claver Ride, I would play. Slumbering Dragon, I would play. Smelt should be like down here somewhere. You know where you play this? If you really need it in like CEDH. And even in CEDH, I would probably pass. I would find a Braid or something else of that nature. Mindclaw Shaman. How much do you want to screw around with people's cards? When in the center, target opponent reveals their hand. You may cast an instant or a sorcery from among those cards without paying its mana cost. 5 mana for a 2/2, but you get a look at somebody's hand and go, oh, hey, that's a nice Wrath of God you've got. I'm going to cast that now. Here's the thing. Because it doesn't give any time any time constraints on it, you have to cast it now. That does mean you get to cast a instant or sorcery spell. That does mean you get to cast a sorcery now. even though it might be somebody else's, even though it might not be their turn. Don't care. Oh, yeah, that's the other fun part. You don't get to pay any alternate costs, so you cannot make them, you cannot make people pitch cards to pay for alternate costs for um, pyrotechnics, or not pyrotechnics. Pyro. Was pyrotechnics? No. Pyrokinesis. Um, you, but you can pay additional costs. So yeah, that's fun if you want to muck around with somebody's met. Green cards. These greens go on my eyebrows, my eyes. Spike Baloth, 4 mana for 4/2 trample. If a Baloth isn't hungry, it's dead. Um, eh? Again, we're averaging a 3/3 trample for 4 mana. At this point, I should be expecting better than a 3/3 trample for 4 mana. But it's a 4 power creature, but it's a 4/2. Maybe a 4/3. You know, or I don't know, it just feels so wrong. You play this because it's a 4 power trampler. That is literally the reason to play this. It is a 4 power trampler. There are cards that care about you having 4 power creatures. Creatures with power 4 or greater, sometimes 3 or greater, but usually 4 or greater. That's when you consider playing this. But honestly, you can do better. Timberpack Wolf. This is a 2/2 wolf. However, you can make this better. You generally want to be playing Simic, some clone abilities. You then combine that with not Brooding Saurian, Brownbow Sovereign. And then you add cards like Doppelgang. And between, which Doppelgang obviously falls under the clone thing, but if you get 5 of these guys in play as a result, then they are, because they look at each other, they'll get +4/+4, which means now you're looking at 5 6/6s. Seems fine. It's not insane. But play this in a Simic deck and just make your guys really big, really fast, really easy, because it's got a built-in ability. That being said, if you're considering a card like that, might I recommend Slime Against Humanity? However, there is this is a wolf. I rest my case. Yeah. If you do not build around it, it is just a 2 mana 2/2 wolf. Primal Hunt Beast. 4 mana 3/3 hexproof. Much better than the Spike Baloth. It's the same size, roughly. It is the same cost. It's got hexproof instead of trample. But what that does for you is now you can throw stuff on it and you can have it carry stuff. Like, I don't know. Let's go back to my Selesnya poison deck just for convenience. I care not about the poison bits. I care about this section. Oh, I know. Well, we could throw Elephant Guide on it, give it +3/+3. Forced adaptation. Beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on it. Tall as a beanstalk. For an extra mana over Elephant Guide. Instead of getting the 3/3 creature, now you've also got reach. Predatory Hunger. Whenever any opponent casts something, this gets a +1 counter on it. How much are you actually? Yeah, it's about it's in the ballpark of 75 cents now. Throw some stuff like that on it because it's got hexproof, it's a lot harder to interact with. And it starts off as a 3/3. This is a reasonable sized body to start off with. You want to play hexproof? Here's a good starting point. Serpent's Gift. 3 mana instant, target creature gains death touch till end of turn. I think there's more efficient ways to do that. Oh! No. Okay. What I'm commonly using for this kind of effect. What I am commonly using for this kind of effect is Venomous Fangs, which is an aura instead of an instant. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage to a creature, destroy the other creature. Which is basically the same thing. I wonder, what is the actual difference? Oh. Because Serpent's Gift, it's triggered versus static again. Death Touch, it happens now. Venomous Fangs, damage is dealt, trigger goes on the stack, trigger resolves, creature gets destroyed. Okay. So, but that's what I'm typically using for that effect. So if I can find a way to grant Death Touch as an aura at common, because the reason for me to be running Venomous Fangs is I'm looking at commons. Yeah, Serpent's Gift, you really want for ways that you can ping stuff and pump it. So that's what I'd be looking for there. Also, you can use it as a combat trick. You can use it as like destroy target creature during combat. Okay, I chump block with a 1/1. As long as first strike or double strike are not built in, you can probably kill it. Yevva's Force Mage. See, remember what I said earlier about not liking Battleflight Eagle? 5 mana, 2/2 flyer. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Yevva's Force Mage. 3 mana for 2/2. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. You save yourself 2 mana by taking flying off the creature and flying off the pump. And this I'm not saying I'm happy with, but I'm a lot more comfortable with this. I am much I'm you know what? This is a card I would in limited situations play. I can find a way to play this. And like for example, this is like you panharmonic on this. And cool, two creatures are getting +2/+2. Yeah, but the same argument with the other guy, yes, but you're paying 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer. You're paying 3 mana for a 2/2 here. I'm I much prefer this. Um Although I mean this is also I was gonna say this is also the sort of creature that you want to sneak into play. Um but I'm not sure. Yeah, any card that I can think of that's remotely along this line at all, there's better options. Like, if you're looking at, because you see this. Okay, so here's the thing. If you take this and you do the big size version of this, you're looking at Craterhoof Behemoth. This is this ability cranked up to 11. It's a bigger pump. It affects all my creatures instead. It's a bigger body. There's other cards that are similar to that. Is it Path Razor? I want to say it's called Path Razor Ibex? No. Path Razor. No. Pathbreaker Ibex. Similar card. I wonder. Do 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 do. Over on. Oh. Earthshaker Giant. Oh. Okay. Uh. Yeah. Okay. Spectral Hunt Caller. Which is in my commons elf stack. Because of that. What about uncommons? Uncommons, there are options. Oh yeah, most dangerous one, Triumph of the Hordes. Because your creatures get +1/+1 and trample. And infect. It's fine. Anyway, um, yeah. Yeva's Force Mage, it's okay. I would prefer most of the stuff in the first row instead. Roaring Paradox. At the beginning of your upkeep, return a creature you control to owner's hand. So, why do you play this? You have come and play abilities you want to recur. You have leave play triggers you want to recur. Actually, um, that's sort by Cooler. Why so? Until there. Even Rift Watcher, you keep gaining life off of that. Nope. Selfless Police Captain. You basically every turn you get another +1 counter on something. Kill the Marauders. When it enters or leaves, deal 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. When it enters or leaves, 1 damage to each creature without flying. When it enters or leaves, make a food. This is all stuff that's common. You know, then you can start looking at more fun cards like, I don't know, Thragtusk, which used to be a huge deal back in the day. Like, legitimately huge deal. This was a standard staple back in the day. When it enters, gain 5 life. When it leaves, make a 3/3 beast. Gee, I wonder. Roaring Primadox. Yeah, Thragtusk. Roaring Primadox. Okay, bounce. Replay the Thragtusk. Bounce. Replay the Thragtusk. Bounce. Replay the Thragtusk. Bounce. Replay the Thragtusk. Gaining 5 life every turn. And then making 3/3 beast tokens every turn. No big deal. Yeah, Roaring Paradox, there are uses. If you don't know what, there are uses. Anything that's got a good entrance, but like, something else people might consider would be, oh good lord, what are you called? Oh, I can see it. Um, I remember now. Acidic slime. When it enters, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land. 5 men every turn. I'm gonna blow a thing up. I wonder, what is Circuit Mender? Small cheap stuff. Circuit Mender. When it enters, gain 2 life. When it leaves, draw a card. I'm going to draw another card every turn and gain extra life. 'Cause I can, 'cause I can, 'cause I can. Etc. Roaring Paradox. If you tell me you don't know how to use it, you ain't looking hard enough. Sentinel Spider. I saw this, and my first thing that I thought of when I saw this was it's a green Sarah Angel, and you take a look and go, wait, what? Because green does not get flying unless it's, unless there's a specific legitimate flavor reason. For example, we're on Tark here. Everybody's got dragons. Everybody's got dragons. I say everybody's got dragons. What I mean is everybody's got dragons, including green. And dragons have flying, and yeah, there's no way around it. So you have to have flying dragons in green, and you have to find a way to make it work. But barring situations like that, green doesn't get flying. What it gets is reach. If you take a look at the stats on this creature, it's 2 green plus 3, as opposed to 2 white plus 3. It's a 4/4. It's got vigilance. And instead of flying, it has reach, which is half of flying. I can block flyers. I just can't fly myself. But I can block them all day. This tells me that in 2013, Sarah Angel was not far from being a common. This is now 2026. It's possible we could end up with Sarah Angel at common. I wonder. Nope. Not yet. So, but yeah, I saw this, and the first thing I thought of was it's a green Sarah Angel. That may not be their intention when they built it, but that's what I got. Now, if you compare this to Giant Spider, which has very long been a benchmark here, for 1 extra green, you get 2 extra points of power, and you gain vigilance. So basically, +1/+1, approximately, which is about right, and vigilance. This is a very good card. If you do not have it, like, I wonder, did I put you in? I'm sure it's a card that was, well, I mean, everything was under consideration. when I was coming up with my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck, everything was under consideration. Yeah, no. Because I literally, legitimately opened up a spreadsheet and if you go to, let's just rewind back to the beginning of let's go to this for a moment. If you take a look at this first page here for M13. Whoops, damn it. Out of 107 cards, 60 are on the first page, which means every page has got 60. Every page does 60. There were a couple thousand creatures that could fit into that deck. Because I was looking for animals. This is a spider. Nope. There we go. This is a spider. This is an animal. This fits. So it was under consideration for me to put into my deck. Oh, it might be working now. Cool. But yeah, this is this is an animal. This is something that could have existed in theory somewhere like here. I mean, yes, magic might be involved due to its size and whatnot, but it's not. It's been specially trained. It's been like this is simply a thing that it's due to breeding, this, that, whatever. It's gotten huge. It's really big. It's attentive. That's it. So I see Sentinel Spider and I'm like, what's to stop? Oh yeah, I remember where I was going. So all they had to do is figure out a way to. Actually, I wonder. Rarity equal well, no, rarity common. Power greater than 3. Toughness greater than 3. O vigilance. O flying. Nothing yet. So we can get 3 3s. Riling Dawnbreaker is the closest that we've actually got, I think. Because it's a 3/4. It is so close. So close. And if you have 2 of these, they can affect each other and be 4/4 vigilance. This is how close we are to Archangel being common, ladies and gentlemen. This is how close we are to. I could see in the next 5 years we end up with Archangel at common. Anyway, all that's to say, barring shenanigans, green gets reach instead of flying. So we get this. And this could have made it into my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck. I didn't. Because it was not quite. I was looking for cards that did. Here's the problem. When I'm looking at literally like 30 plus pages and trying, having them sorted by mana value and having to go and decide at what point do I say yes and at what point do I say no. And I've decided I'm not allowing any more than 3 cards per page. And I end up with a document that's got like 120 creatures on it. And then I have to trim down from that and figure out what am I taking, what am I not taking. I'm pretty sure this was on the short list under, on the page that had 5 drops. But I'm like, I can't take it. It's really good. I need stuff that does other things. But if I'm building spiders, for sure this is a consideration. Bond Beetle, call this one James. Um, when it enters put +1 counter on target creature, it's basically 1 mana, 1/2, but it gets to move its counter elsewhere. If you are looking for something to put counters on stuff, this is your cheapest variant. Although I would recommend stuff that has modular or something equivalent to modular. Star Pupil. When it dies, puts counters on target creature you control. What do you tagger? Approximately equal to serving as a scale. Put X. Yeah. Also, Iron Apprentice. Okay. When this thing leaves, put its counters on something else you control. So, counters dash matter. Um, yeah. How are you listed? Death triggers self. There we go. Sort by color. We're looking for green. There's a lot of white ones. Huh. White, blue, black. Oh, aquarium beast color. That's adorable. Serve on the scale. Alright. Yeah. Right. So you do want it's so you do want to find something. Blah, words. Okay. So if you're doing that kind of search, and this is where tagging comes in handy. What you really want is O-tag counters dash matter and O-tag death dash trigger dash self. That basically says do something having to do with my counters, and I have a trigger that kicks in when I die. More commonly, it looks like this is in white. You might find a bit in green, but most commonly in white. So yeah, Bond Beetle might not be able to pull that off very easily. That being said, if you've got a Roaring Primadox going on, this is an Enters ability. You can just bounce it back to your hand every turn and put another +1 counter on something else. Predatory Rampage. 5 mana sorcery. Creatures you control get +3/+3 till end of turn. We've seen that before. Each creature your opponents control blocks this turn of Fable. So, every creature that your opponents have, if they can block, they have to block. But nope. Nope. I don't want, yep, nope, can't do it. This is forcing combat to happen. You really want to play this if you've got, like, the best deck, I think, the best mechanic to go with this, in my opinion, is Death Touch. If you have Death Touch and Trample, you're going to get through for damage. Trample should be easy enough to come up with. You're playing green. It's existed since Alpha. There are many cards that give trample to to all your creatures. Death Touch might be a little harder, but you should be able to pull that off. I would expect I would play this in a deck that's got. I would probably end up having to build it as I've got a bunch of Death Touchers, and then here's a couple of effects that give all my stuff trample. Rather than the other way around. That's probably more likely. That's how I see that realistically getting built. Speaking of which, Monvuli Death Tracker. Death Tracker. Monvuli Beast Tracker. 3 mana for 2/1. When it enters, search your library for a creature with Death Touch, Hexproof, Reach, or Trample, and reveal it. Shuffle it, and then put that card on top. Drawing that card these days, even in mono green, is really easy. So at most, you're spending 5 mana to do this. And getting the card into your hand. At most. Because 3 for the tracker, and then 2 for something like Elvish Visionary comes into play, draw a card. Not unrealistically, you could probably cycle something for 1 mana instead and draw it. Or you have some other effect that allows you to go tap, draw a card or whatnot and go, hey, by the way, Um, Related searches. Creatures that Wanvuli Beast Tracker can search for. Type colon creature. Keyword colon dot touch or hexproof or reach or trample. This many cards. His back has got trample and reach. Doesn't have it on the front, has it on the back. uh, yeah, yeah. Just a few cards. Let's be slightly nicer and restrict this to just stuff that exists in paper. 1624. We ruled out 53 cards. Yeah. We rolled out 3% of the list. But yeah. Search your library for a creature with dot touch, or hexproof, or reach, or trample. Heaven forbid it's got any of it's got all of them. Any two of them are kind of silly. Yeah, yeah. Enjoy. Um, you're playing with like this. Obviously, this is best if you are regularly looking for specific creatures. I am regularly looking for aggressive mammoth. I am regularly looking for sentinel spider. I'm regularly looking for um oh, what do you call it? I'm drawing a blank on the name. I mean, Carnage Tyrant would do. Plated Crusher. You know, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. If you're regularly looking for specific creatures because they do specific things, then, like, probably the best example there that I can think of off the top of my head. Actually, if it has hexproof from each color, do you count? Maybe. Oh, Chromium the Mutable would count. Nope, would not count. Uh, Looking for stuff that's got hexproof. Thrasta Tempest Roar, maybe. Anyway, you have options. Again, if you're looking for cards that do specific things, Monvuli Beast Tracker is probably what you're looking for to help fill in that slot. Elder Scale Worm, 7 mana for 7/7 trample. It makes sure that your life total doesn't go below 0 or below 7. When it enters, if your life total is less than 7, your life total becomes 7. As long as you have 7 or more life, damage to reduce your life total to less than 7 reduces it to 7 instead. It is hard for you to go below 7 life. Now, this does stop damage from doing it. You can still be affected by life loss. It doesn't completely remove the possibility, but it greatly reduces it. And then, of course, you have fun effects that say, hey, if you would gain life, draw cards instead, or stuff of that nature. Enjoy playing with this. Suddenly, I want to throw lifelink on it. I mean, it's a 7/7 trample. Why wouldn't I want to throw lifelink on it? But it's consistently if it's got lifelink, it's going to consistently keep your life total high. And people are gonna like this is almost like a fog on every. Wow. Yeah, you better be playing this in Turbo Fog, man. This is like ancient Animantoys before ancient Animantoys existed. If you have less than 7 life, damage dealt to you reduces your life total as normal. Yep. Yeah, you better be playing that in Turbo Fog. Thragtusk, we talked about Thragtusk earlier. This is one of those cards you want to continuously reuse, like every turn. Yeah, it's got an enters ability, it's got a leaves play ability. Both of them are actually really good and probably worth at least 2 or 3 mana on their own each. And so it's like I have a 5/3 and I gain 5 life and I get a 3/3 token. And what's free and what am I paying for? Uh, this was when they turned around. I forgot about this. This is when they actually started giving us cards that were monocolored but had a multicolored identity. There were 5 creatures that all got +1/+1 as long as you controlled a basic land of. As long as you controlled a land with a second basic land type. That was real. So, like, you had, like, Harbor Brant, it's a black card, so you're playing with swamps, presumably. Do you have a basic land type that is not a swamp? In this case, an island. And they all had an activated ability that was based on that second color. Harbor Bandit, 3 mana 2/2. +1/+1 as long as you control an island. So human rogue. And pay 2 mana to make him unblockable this turn. So as long as you've got as long as you've got an island in play, and it doesn't have to be basic, it never said basic, you've now got a 3 mana 3/3 that you can pay 2 mana, make it unblockable this turn. Are you playing rogues, son? You should probably be, if you're playing rogues and at least playing Dimir, you should be looking into this. Flint Hoof Boar. This was a really big deal when Gatecrash came out. Because Gatecrash had a card that I overlooked. So this one? Yeah, Bring Tree Emissary. Came out in Gatecrash, which was 2013. So, the following year. It's a 2 mana 2/2. Either of those 2 mana can be red or green. So 2 Gruul mana, cast it. You get a 2/2. When it enters, you add a red and green. So, here's the fun part. I cast Bring Tree Emissary. 2 mana 2/2. Comes in, I get 2 mana back. I'll use that 2 mana to play another Emissary. I get refunded 2 mana. I play another Emissary. I've had this happen to me. Get the 2 mana back. Get the 4th Emissary. Get 2 mana back. Use that last 2 mana on a Flint Hoof Boar. By the way, the Shocklands came back. So, you know, you got Stomping Ground and all that jazz again. So turn 2, suddenly you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 power worth of creature on the board. You have 5, sure your hand's empty, but you've got 5 creatures in play and 11 power. And if you do not have an effect like Pyroclasm to deal with, you're in trouble. Yeah. Now, that being said, and if you do this on turn 3, you are going to have a red mana left over. You then spend that red mana on, Flint Hoof Boar's own ability, give it haste, attack for 3. But, yeah. Oh, and you have a green mana left. So, who knows? You might have a giant growth in hand. Who knows? But yeah. This, not unrealistically, in a deck that's at least Gruul, you're looking at a 3/3 creature. Run a reasonable number of basics. Run enough duels that have both basic land types. Cinderglade, Commercial District, Highland Forest, Sheltered Thicket, Stomping Ground, Taiga technically, and Woodline Ridge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 of them. 7 if you're baller and you can get access to Taiga. Cinderglade, Stomping Ground, both can enter untapped. The other 4 will enter tapped, But, I mean, this one surveils, this one cycles, and the other two are commons. If you can get one of those, let's say you get one of those on turn 1. GG. Prized Elephant, 4 mana for a 3/3, which is going to be a 4/4 if you've got a forest. Keep in mind, you only get the bonus once. It doesn't matter how many forests or plains or whatever else you have. It only gets +1/+1. This is a yes or no, not a how many. And then pay a green to give it trample till end of turn. This you can do better, because I think nowadays, like I know for sure in green you can get a 4/4 trample for 4 mana nowadays. Don't know about white, but for green you should be able to do that. Arctic Haven, 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer, +1/+1 as long as you've got a plains. You get to a 3 mana 3/2 with activated lifelink. It's fine. Thing is, I know that Phantom Monster, having been shunted down to common, has since been power crept. So you can probably find a way to get a 3/2. Like, you could probably get this bit. You know, you could probably get a 3/2 straight up. I know you can get 3/1 for sure. Like 3/1 with bunch of stuff add on. So it just might be the lifelink. And Crimson Muskwader, 2 mana. It'll be a 3/2 if you've got a swamp. Because it's a 2/1 natively, and 3 mana regenerate. This is trying to be Sedge Troll, which I think is the big reason why. I think this is how they came up with the idea. It's like, here's a creature that's in one color. We can give it a bonus if we've got a basic land of another color, and some ability based on that other color. This is almost as big as Sedge Troll, which was 3 mana for a 2/2. Now you're looking at 2 mana for a 2/1. 1 less mana, 1 less toughness, same power. But the regeneration costs 3 times as much. These are all fine. I like the Harbor Bandit. Being a 3 mana, 3 power unblockable is pretty good. The Boar, if you're going for some kind of aggro thing, makes sense. The Prized Elephant, the Arctic Haven I met on. The Crimson Muskwader I think is kind of neat. I'm more interested in the Jund ones than these two. Wow, 11 o'clock. A few minutes after 11 o'clock. Less than an hour to go, and I'm almost done. Multicolor is done. Artifacts. There's only 10. Let's get through them all. Let's go through the rings real quick. So, they're all 2 to cast. They are all 1 to equip. Okay? Equip creature has some ability. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on equip creature if it's a certain color. So, Ring of Thune grants vigilance and gets a counter if it's white. Ring of Colonia is trample and gives a counter if it's green, which is really silly. Ring of Evo's Isle uh, has activated hexproof for 2. Put +1 counter on if it's blue. If you were at all considering building a deck vaguely along the lines of my mono blue ramp deck, like my typical idea of I'm building a deck that's, in the wrong color, etc., etc. Stuff for ramp, stuff for combo, stuff to ramp, stuff that's here specifically to ramp into, more mana generation. Let's fetch lands out of my deck, spot removal, landfall triggers, mass removal, etc. If you're going down that rabbit hole at all, and I really should embiggen this. Good enough, I think. If you're going down that rabbit hole at all, consider, I didn't, but I considered it, consider Ring of Evo's Isle, because the premise of my mono blue deck is to build a deck that plays in a manner that is not blue. And as a result, I want it to feel like, in this case, a green deck. And so, being able to get those +1/+1 counters onto creatures, I mean, if every turn I move it onto a different creature and then I proliferate, I'm giving additional +1 counters to all my creatures every turn. This is not a thing blue is known for doing. Blue is not known for having creatures that can grow bigger. This is where I like seeing. Plus, then giving it hexproof is always also fun. Zathrid, 2 to regenerate, and +1 counter if it's black. And then Ring of Valkus, unsurprisingly, +1 counter and haste. Gem of Becoming. I considered putting this into that deck. I decided against it because it didn't ramp me. It let me fetch an island. So here's the thing. There are 2 different categories of, rules for when a card says search your library for something. How do you handle it? Search your library for a card. Does your library have to? Does your library have at least 1 card in it? Yes. You have to find one. Search your library for a card, or 1 or more cards, whatever, that meet specific requirements. They are a certain card type. They are different names. They have certain abilities, like someone Woolly Beast Tracker, etc., etc. Then you do not have to be able to find it. What? You do not have to be able to find it. Limited, that is a form, any format where rather than showing up with a deck, you end up with a bunch of packs that you crack open and build a deck out of what you open. is a different machine than constructed, one where you show up with a deck of cards and you play that. But apart from deck construction, the rules have to play out the same for both formats, for both format categories. How well do you remember? Like, if you've just built a deck, okay, I've got a 40 cards deck. It's you know, it's black and white with a couple of blue cards. How well do you remember how many swamps you've got? Well, I have 4 swamps. Wait, did I put 4 swamps or did I put 5? Or, heaven forbid, there are cards that do this. Cards that get exiled face down. Gem of Becoming. If you do not have the ability to fail to find, and you think you put 5 swamps in your deck, but the way the game is played out, you've got 4, and you do not remember for sure if you've got a 5th swamp in that deck. Can you activate Gem of Becoming to try and tutor up your 5th swamp? Let's say you know for sure there's at least 1 island, and just because there's an off-color activated ability, you've got a mountain in there. You know those are still in your deck. But you don't remember for sure if there's a swamp in there. Can you activate this? So the rules say that if you are looking for cards that meet a requirement, you can fail to find. If you have, where did I put you? You're in here. If you have Wooded Foothills in your deck. Actually, I got a better example. If you've got Flooded Strand in your deck, and you want to crack it to get Meticulous Archive, but you do not remember for sure if you have Meticulous Archive in your deck. Can you crack that Flooded Strand to go searching for it? So the rule is, if it meets a requirement, you can fail to find. You are allowed to fail to find. You don't, in other words, even if it's there, you can choose not to find it. Or, maybe you're flipping through and you don't see it. Why should you be penalized for an effect that allows you to look through your library and missing a card that's there? So, a card like Gem of Becoming, you can play in a deck that only runs islands or swamps or mountains. You could actually even run in a deck that doesn't run any of the above, just to be able to shuffle, either have an artifact to sacrifice or just to shuffle your deck. But I considered putting it in my mono blue deck, and I chose not to because I'm paying 3 to cast it, 3 tap and sack to search for an island and put it in my hand. It doesn't do anything else for me. compare that to compare that to other artifacts that for that much mana, like Journeyer's Kite, where it's 2 to cast, 3 tap, 3 tap, put a land in my hand. Or, oh, what do you call it? I can see you. Damn it. Oh yeah, Burnished Heart. Three to cast for 2/2, 3 and sack. Search for 2 basics. Put them into play tapped and shuffle. This actually gets me ahead by 2 more lands. This only gets me an extra land at a time, but it's a tap, and it's 2 to cast and 3. This is 3 tap and sack, which means I cannot use it again. So, Gem of Becoming. This is the sort of thing that I want to be using this. First of all, it doesn't say there's any restrictions, so I want to use it on somebody else's turn. Second of all, I want to use it in decks where I'm trying to hit, like, I want to hit my dual lands or tri lands. If I do this in like a 5-color deck, let's say, if I have enough, whatchamacallits, triomes and, triomes and shocklands and so on and so forth, then I can get my 5 colors. I can make sure all 5 colors are online by cracking this and just make my land drops for the next couple of turns. But this makes me want to, this makes me put them into my hand. I want another way to put them from my hand into play. Now, that could be a card like Walking Atlas. That could be Scared Tiller. And the funny thing about Scared Tiller is it says whenever it becomes tapped. If you have a way to untap this and tap it again, you can do it again. But Gem of Becoming, I am meh on. Chronometon. 1 to cast for a 1/1. Pay 1 and tap it. Put +1/+1 counter on itself. It's actually pretty good. You do want ways to move those counters elsewhere at some point. But this is a good, this is a reasonable starting point. If you're looking for, if you want to build something vaguely along the lines of like a modular affinity kind of style deck, this is a reasonable starting point. Sands of Delirium, pay 3 to cast it. X tap, target player mills X cards. How much mana do I want to put into? I got 7. Cool, mill 7. There are better cards of this style of effect, but they usually end up costing more. So, for example, Keening Stone, which I think we mentioned earlier. It's 6 to cast, so twice as much to cast it initially. 5 tap, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. Where Keening Stone is better is when they've already got a decent number of cards in their graveyard somehow. Where Sands of Delirium is better is if their graveyard is nearly empty. So, if somebody has gone, I don't know, Leyline of the Void, which if a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Sands of Delirium, okay. I'm still going to be able to put stuff into your graveyard. Keening Stone, graveyard's empty, I can't put anything in. Staff of Nin. Oh my god. Again, really expensive card. 6 to cast. Tap it to deal damage to any target, and at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. I have that in my mono red. I have that in my mono red Squee deck because this way I get more consistent card draw every turn. No big deal. Free card draw every turn. I pay a bunch of mana up front, and then I get a free card draw every turn, and nobody else gets the benefit. I'm so sorry. I'm not really, but I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. And then I can tap it to ping someone. It's fine. And then Trading Post. Trading Post is... Trading Post, in theory, if you've got like 4 of these in play, you can continually rotate through this stuff. So, 4 to cast, and the activations are all 1 tap and something. 1 tap, discard a card, gain 4 life. 1 tap, pay a life, create a 0/1 goat. 1 tap, sack a creature, return target artifact card from your graveyard or your hand. 1 tap, sack an artifact, draw a card. So, let's assume for the sake of argument it's a 0 mana artifact like, I don't know, Lotus Petal. Ornithopter. Sure, Ornithopter works. You pay 1 and you discard a card, you gain 4 life. You then pay 1 and pay 1 of those life to make a token. So you could do that 4 times with the life that you gained from the first activation. You can pay 1 and sack a creature to get an artifact card from your graveyard back to your hand. Which then you're going to need to be able to cast to get it in play. But if it's something small like Ornithopter, well, you could just put it back into play. Pay 1, tap, and sack an artifact, draw a card. So, because the first instance gains you 4 life, every iteration through this loop to go through everything, it's going to cost you the mana value of the artifact that you're getting back, but you're gaining 3 life. And just going click, and then click, and then next, and then the next step. Because these all feed into each other. The card that you okay, so the life that you gain, you pay some of that towards making the goat. You sacrifice the goat to bring back an artifact card. The artifact comes into play, and then you sacrifice it to draw a card. The card that you drew, you discard back at the beginning to gain 4 life again. This is why it's called Trading Post. You want to play with fun stuff? Play with that. And then the last two cards. Hellion Crucible. Hellion Crucible, I thought was kind of cool. So it's a land that taps for colorless. Pay red and tap it to put a pressure counter on it. The type of counter actually doesn't matter. They just want something with another name. Pay 2, tap it, remove 2 pressure counters from this land, and sacrifice Hellion Crucible. You get a 4/4 hasty Hellion. It's a beast of some sort. The Hellion token looks like this. And yeah. So basically, you end up spending 2, 4, 6. You basically end up spending 7 mana. Because 2 to put the first pressure counter on it, 2 to put the second pressure counter on it, 2 for the activation, so that's 6 mana, and sacrificing the land. You're basically spending 7 mana to get a 4/4 hasty boy. But, amusingly, none of this says anything about doing it as a sorcery. So, yeah, if you're playing a deck that's got, like, if you're playing a deck that's got room for excess mana, and you're playing red, toss this in. And then Cathedral of War, we mentioned Cathedral earlier. And now, next week, we are looking at M14. Oh my gods. Elvish Mystics had enough prints. Strayhawk Resonators had enough prints. Rise of the Dark Realms, really? Almost nothing until Karloff Manor, and then like 4 printings in. Wow. Also, for a card named Rise of the Dark Realms, the Final Fantasy Commander printing is kind of adorable. Cool. I think this is our winner for next week. Anyway, yeah, 11:30. I actually finished before midnight. Yay! Anywho, that's it, everyone. We will see y'all next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Adios. So long, things for other fish. And all that jazz. But boy.